staff on a stick. It looks like a branch of a tree. Last time I heard a story about a serpent in a tree, people were deceived. And in fact, the fall of mankind soon followed. Very interesting. This is called the caduceus. What this is on the very top, it's actually a light. And you see the angel's wings. Angel of light, the light bearer. Notice the two serpents, the two-headed serpent. What we see here, this is a symbol of Satan himself, two-faced, lowercase g, God, okay? Because he was Lucifer, and when he fell, he became Satan, hence the two different faces. So this is an unbelievably evil symbol.
Yeah, and remember, they're called doctors. After Didi got out of jail, he sold his school of chiropractic to his son BJ. And then he moved out west, where he helped to found chiropractic schools in Oklahoma, California, and Oregon. He really was like a cult leader. With BJ being in charge now, he made a few changes to the curriculum. He thought that the upper cervical spine specifically was what mattered in terms of health. He was also a huge supporter and helped create the neurocalometer. This is a device used to try to help find subluxations. It actually just measures temperature. It's just a thermometer because there's no such thing as subluxations. BJ pivoted from the religious angle and treated chiropractic like a business. Now, even though DD was BJ's dad, they had beef. DD did not like how much BJ was changing chiropractic, and BJ didn't like how DD was an abusive father, saying that growing up, DD used to hit them with straps. At a chiropractic homecoming parade in 1913, BJ allegedly, don't sue me, hit Didi with his car. Ran him right over. This resulted in Didi suing his son BJ for attempted murder. But weeks later, Didi died. The official cause of death listed was typhoid fever, but many believe it's from injuries caused by getting hit with the car. I'm sure it didn't help, but it makes sense if you think about it, really. I'm sure when you get hit by a car, you get a lot of subluxation. So they might have been onto something. An eyewitness at the event allegedly reported that BJ didn't even...
What's up, John?
Hey.
Gonna come in and try and rebel.
I'm on roof.
Oh yeah.
With a full air kit and
approaching Stargate.
and heavy pot helmet, so I should be able to, do something.
Yeah.
I think I have a respawn point on roof as well, which is lovely.
I'm spawning world.
Oh, you saw mine.
Autopilot jumping.
This will be purged, right? They're all hackers, right?
I wouldn't say they're cheating. They just got the numbers.
They're just good. Okay, good. That scares me a lot less.
Yeah.
Warping to Stargate.
I mean, there's been a few of them that have been a little bit the source, but I mean, there's nothing we can.
All right.
They've been brought up to the admins, and the admins have said no, so mustn't actually be cheating.
Boy, you about to get 20 people!
Well, they honestly might end up leaving once we get on. Just like that. But I honestly feel like it might not be Purge. I think it might be the guys on our island.
Oh, okay.
I am in.
I'm in open core. I'm going to an open core.
Approaching Stargate.
No, I can't hear anything. And tears on, I guess.
Autopilot jumping.
Trying to get to roof.
Warping to Stargate.
They're dead.
Active.
Yeah, they might be dead. There's Tay.
Approaching Stargate.
Who's that outside? Raz? Yeah. Did they die? Like, is there a hole in the fence?
Yeah. I don't know.
I guess I could run.
Autopilot jumping.
Here, I'm gonna leave this LR here for you. Will you hold this for me?
Just take it.
Yeah, you just take it. Okay, yeah, alright.
Or, I mean, it's 2 of us on route. You should be alright.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm just checking peaks, really looking at the courtyard here before I go down. See if I see someone or bodies or something. Can I land this? I don't know. Probably not without dying now.
Tears in compound, so.
Approaching Stargate.
He's like teasing him already. Yeah, your base does shit on him, John, frankly.
Yeah, I mean,
Autopilot.
I was
I
gonna
would
build
not-
bigger.
Yeah, I feel you. Because why not on a 3x, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna build it's a 5x5. I was gonna build a 7x7, but I thought.
Warping
I
to
don't see
Stargate.
anybody, so I'll go check the
Drive
courtyard now.
active.
Yeah.
I took out a few turrets. 2 turrets, that's so.
Okay.
So.
Approaching Stargate.
I need to set up Rust Plus, I forgot to.
Not that invested into the wipe. Not waking up for no reds, I refuse.
Yeah,
I
that's
haven't done that in a while.
that's smart. I agree. I went
Autopilot
the wrong way.
jumping.
Son of a bitch. How did I go the wrong way here? This doesn't end. No, this doesn't end here. Fucking annoying.
Warping to station.
Alright.
Warp drive
Ooh.
active.
A naked just hit a L9 headshot, that's actually crazy.
He killed you?
No. He's naked and he
Oh.
ate an L9 headshot. like,
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's not possible, no.
Approaching station.
And then a bullet from the air cannon as well. He's running over a pump, so they're coming back to Darkham.
Oh, damn it. I'm lost. So annoying. Oh, here we go. Now I know where I'm at.
Docking permission requested. Docking request
that it?
denied.
No,
Docking
it's,
permission
that way.
requested.
Yeah, I found my way.
Docking permission requested.
How do you get out? Which direction is it? I can't remember. Is it north? No, it's
permission
yeah. I think it is
requested.
north actually. Yeah. Or not north, but no, that's not it. Will that go down? No, that's not it. Fucking so.
Look, clouds.
Docking permission requested.
What?
Hello.
We're looking at.
What in the fuck's
Docking
sake was
permission
that?
requested.
Like trying to build on top of the rock.
Is everything in
Oh,
open core?
Docking permission requested.
Yeah.
I'm in the right hallway.
Docking permission requested.
Funny thing is, I can dark amp him from the roof. It's just so funny.
Docking permission requested.
Oh well, Pear wasn't on for long.
Docking permission requested.
Damn! I keep going in a fucking circle. It's so annoying.
Alright, let's see what turret they broke then. I
Docking
broke
permission
all of the 2 turrets.
How the fuck do you get down?
Docking permission requested.
It's not that, is it? It's not that. It's not any of those.
This one's red. The splitter's red.
Docking permission requested.
Nope, this isn't it.
Oh, no, I
How
see
the
where they
fuck
broke.
do you
They
get
broke
out
one
of
here.
I don't know.
They broke one here. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not even gonna replace them. Can't be bothered.
Docking permission
I don't think they actually started booming anywhere either. Oh wait, no, they did. Started on a door. Yeah, a door.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Put the whiteout kits.
Docking permission requested.
Don't know.
Oops.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Oh wait, that is the right way. Fucking annoying to get down again.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Wow.
I see a deactivated turret here.
I heard that. Who's in water?
That's me.
Oh,
not
it's
me.
us. It's us.
I'm here.
Hey,
I'm just scooping the courtyard, like
Docking
scoping the
permission
courtyard.
requested.
Yeah, they tried to kill your turret here. It's 138 out of 1,000.
grab some shit to repair with.
I can repair it for you. I think
Docking
I've got
permission
the
requested.
mats here. Yeah, yeah. Or no, I don't know. For turret, what is it to repair it? I forget.
It's a high call.
Yeah, I don't know.
Docking
Yeah, I
permission
don't have.
requested.
Oh, I do. Wait. Maybe I don't. Yes, I do.
Docking permission requested.
Now, how did they do this, though?
It's been sealed now, but they came through
Oh,
a door.
you sealed? You found the hole? Okay.
Docking permission requested.
Yeah, they just came through the door.
Yeah. Oh, he's camping? Is that what you said?
One was trying to run over with a
Docking
pump.
permission requested.
Okay. Yeah, I remember the
Mike.
sound. Okay, I'm gonna go, like, run the perimeter.
Docking permission requested.
Give me the hammer. And some wood.
Docking permission requested.
Okay, your turret's full. At least that one.
Docking permission requested.
They came through this door. Here.
So you're on the east
Trying
side.
to go into here.
East side, okay.
Docking permission requested.
Yeah, so they came through here.
Okay, that's where they came from, okay.
I think so anyway.
Yeah, let's look for
And
damage
then-
at doors or...
This door was
Docking
damaged.
permission requested.
Yeah, okay.
And this turret and that turret's gone. So there should be a turret up here.
Eco Raiders. Scrubs, maybe?
Docking permission requested.
If they came through here.
Yo, is that you guys building up on the hill? Northeast?
No, it's that.
Oh.
East, you said? What number?
Requested.
50.
50, okay.
50, 60 between there.
I'm gonna go LR out. I don't have meds, but...
Docking permission requested.
I see. See if they're in there.
Yeah, the building.
Docking permission requested.
I'll put a picture of him in the Discord.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Yeah, they're in there. They're in there. I hear at least one.
We're coming to Wade, motherfuckers.
Docking permission requested.
Yeah, we're coming to Wade, motherfucker. You're getting weighted, buddy. You're getting weighted, buddy. You're getting weighted, buddy. You're getting weighted, buddy. Yo, you guys like that?
Docking permission
Y'all like
requested.
that? Yeah. Y'all like a little bit of dick in your mouth? Y'all like a little bit of that dick in your mouth? Dick in
Docking
your mouth?
permission requested.
Yo, do you guys like know each other in real life and like fuck on the regular? Like 20 of you?
Docking permission requested.
That's fucking not. Whoa. Dang, dude, what the hell? Why are you shooting at me? I didn't even fucking do anything. The fuck? I threw a fucking Molotov. Who cares?
Docking permission requested.
Who cares? It's just fucking Molotovs. Calm down, dude. Damn. Mad aggressive for no reason. Acting like it's a fucking shooting game.
Docking permission requested.
Well, I flew in low. Like, really low. Oh, dang.
Docking permission
Oh!
requested.
Oh my god! Hey! Oh, get the... Oh, God! Jesus! No, leave me alone. No, get out of here.
Docking permission requested.
No, please, come on. Oh my god. No, chill. Dude, chill, man.
Docking permission requested.
Ooh. Go get the mini, go get the mini. Just take the mini. Yeah, there you go. Just don't crash it into me.
Docking permission requested.
I'm just putting this in Discord.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission
What the fuck was
requested.
that?
That was my mini. They took it.
Oh.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Oh, hello up in there.
Docking
Hello, me
permission
won't be wrong
requested.
time. I'll give you the big sucky $5. It's time. Oh shit.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right. I'm gonna watch this direction.
Docking permission requested.
Man, I was hoping for a fucking, well, at least a semi-good raid.
Yeah, it would be nice to see, you know, like a few people show.
Docking permission
I was
requested.
running over here now.
Are you guys like staying on the server right now? Like you're gonna be on for a bit?
I will if there's people on. He said to leave for the raid protection. If not, what the fuck was that?
Oh.
Docking permission requested.
Okay.
Got him!
Alright, so I'm gonna log out for a bit then.
Yeah,
that way, just
you're
in case you
good.
guys log out.
Yeah.
There's a SAR on the other side of that.
I'll be back.
Docking permission requested.
Fucking, I got my fully automatic sniper.
Docking permission requested.
They run XCAV, right, and stuff like that. And
Yeah, yesterday
all I'm saying.
they took XCAV for like 2 hours and they dropped what you drop pictures of
Docking
50
permission
airdrops
requested.
or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, that was Purge.
Oh, that's Purge. Never mind, that's something different. But yeah.
And they were using like they passed right next to the farm base.
I almost hit these guys when they first started on the island. They were wood. I could have just burned them out right then. I wish I had. Like,
Docking permission requested.
now they got this huge chonker over there.
They're not good players though. We fought them last wipe.
Oh yeah, you got experience with these guys. That's good.
Docking permission requested.
To me, they're like a non-entity. I don't know what they are. Yeah.
This is what I woke up with. Like, I'm fucking ready.
Yeah, right? Like, we built this base. I'm here.
This is what I was ready for, bro.
Yeah. Like, actually shooting people.
Mario's on.
Docking permission requested.
I'm gonna go door camp this asshole. I know he's in there.
What's he playing? What is he playing, Rust?
Permission requested.
Who?
Mario.
No, he's in base. He's like underneath us.
Docking permission requested.
Mario! Mario! We won!
Docking permission
We
requested.
won the raid! Yeah, we won!
No sign of life now in this thing.
Docking permission requested.
I think we killed him in there.
Yeah.
And I think we killed him trying to come back over, so I don't think anyone actually is in there.
Do we have C4? I'll blow this base. Like,
Docking permission requested.
if they're
I
gone.
think we do.
Yeah.
Hello, twin!
It's like a 2-door raid, maybe 3.
We fucking won, bruh! I got my full automatic
Permission
sniper!
requested.
Alright, let's see. You got 1,000,000 hours in Rust. Can you do it? Yeah, boy.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
He's trying to run back to it right now.
Who is?
The guy.
Oh, hell no. Coming up the roof right now. Say less.
Docking permission requested.
He's running so wait no. He's coming to his old buddy. Yeah, that missed. He's behind the rock now.
Docking permission requested.
Where? Where?
Left rock. His old buddy.
80?
Yeah. 70. He's on this base.
Oh,
Docking
alright.
permission requested.
He
Alright.
was there. He was quiet
Yes.
while I was there.
He has a SAR, brother. Yeah, he's jumping up now. He's in.
Fuck. I'm gonna go to camp the door.
Docking permission requested.
Hey, can you go away from my base, please?
Docking permission
My
requested.
base.
Ash Rust too easy.
Hey, can you
Should
back
see the
up
max
from my
5.
base, please? This is mine.
I was on the max
This is
5
my
for like 2
domicile.
hours.
Permission
And I will not be
So I'm
harassed.
like loaded on it.
You hear that? I'm coming to raid you.
New tech, bruh! New tech!
Permission requested.
He's just blathering.
Docking permission requested.
Hey, can you tell your boyfriend to stop shooting at my twig? I'm trying to build my base.
Docking permission requested.
Hey, can you not raid me? This is my
Get
domicile, and I would not
Mario,
get
get him!
harassed.
Docking permission
Glad
requested.
he got in there.
Can you go away from my domicile?
There's a door on the top.
Docking permission requested.
This is my base.
Guy on the anvil rock.
Yeah, the pig's running from him.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Hey, this is my domicile.
Docking permission requested.
Yeah, I'm kind of like full inside of that roof.
On roof, on roof, on roof, on roof.
Docking permission requested.
Oh, wow.
I wasn't fucking paying attention, bro.
Yeah.
Docking permission requested.
Is that their fob?
No, they kind of just like...
Docking
come over and
permission
be like, no.
requested.
Yeah, he's blocking us off so we can't shoot him. I shot that wall.
Hey, can you not shoot at my base? I'm trying to expand.
Docking permission requested.
Heli.
This is my
Alright,
new hunt.
that's-
Naked in the back, naked in the
You
back.
like it?
Yeah, I see him. I've been trying to kill him.
There's a fucking
There's-
mini.
You're
Who's playing
supposed,
mini?
to say yes, gang. You're supposed to say yes, gang. Just like that. Just like that, though.
Docking permission requested.
Hey, don't peek over to the stairs like that, bro. I
Documentation
see you.
requested.
Stop it. We're gonna. Are you behind the stairs like a little chud?
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Oh, there's a gift in this box for you.
I am 2 doors away from
Ooh,
cold.
a piece of
1 door
candy?
deep.
Docking permission
I
requested.
like candy. Ooh. It's even got my name on it.
Docking permission requested.
Down
Docking
on the
permission
ground there,
requested.
bud. You see that fucking pink shorts booty ass motherfucker down there?
Yeah.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Meanwhile, they can't expand this base at all, so...
What's up, boo boo? I got 1 door open.
Kind of a far lob if you ask me.
It's kind of a far lob. Bring TC4 over. I mean... There's nothing
No,
in it.
damn.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
We're gonna jump up.
Docking permission requested.
Sorry. Oh, he's up, watch it.
You'll be fine.
I'm gonna try and get out of his range of fire here.
No, wait, no, stairs.
Oh, no, okay, stay,
Docking
sorry,
permission
sorry.
requested.
You would have been up.
Oh, goodbye.
He's dead.
Thank you. I really didn't
Fuck, I
expect
didn't
to
even
come.
see that far.
I didn't expect that direction. Thank you.
Docking permission requested.
And if you all
He's
have
down.
meds,
I have 7.
can I have like one? Just one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Docking permission requested.
Should I go
Docking
loot him?
permission
Oh no, you
requested.
don't. Okay. Oh, I heard something. Oh no, it's the pig.
Docking permission requested.
He spawned.
Hey, like, why are you at my base? I'm gonna seal it.
Docking permission requested.
Only one guy.
Only one, huh? Must be the neighbor.
No, these are all different names.
Oh, with
Docking
different names
permission
are just
requested.
counters, I guess.
No, they're all same clan, but
Oh, they're all okay. This guy is so sus. He's like, why are you messing
Docking
with
permission
me?
requested.
Why did you build on our hill, asshole? You know why.
Docking permission
Must be
Boost
bro.
requested.
me up so I can get on the roof. Boost me up.
Alright.
No, don't boost him up. No, don't boost him up.
he's not. He's on your line. He's already up there, I'm pretty sure.
Docking permission requested.
Dog, sit still or help me fucking get up on this roof, dog. Come on.
Docking permission requested.
No, he's playing into it a bit too much.
I'm almost there, dog.
No,
Fucking-
it's
we need
a
to go grab
Ray
some Twigs or
base.
something.
But he's fucked it up now.
No, don't go grab some twig or something.
He'll have to build somewhere else now, but he was trying to
Docking
build Ray
permission
base, I think.
requested.
Better yet, a ladder would probably.
It's one guy, and he's the only one on his team right now.
Docking permission requested.
Why are
I'm getting the Zergon. You better run away.
why are you alone?
Docking permission requested.
I kind of want to go
So,
over there and see how easy of a TC grief it is.
Docking permission requested.
Hey, can you back up, please? This is my base.
Docking permission requested.
John, is that you in the
Docking
water?
permission requested.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no, John. Yeah.
Docking
He's
permission
upgraded
requested.
to sheet metal.
Yeah, he just upgraded. I suppose I should have said something.
What's his plan, really?
Docking
Yeah, I was
permission
like, what else is he
requested.
gonna do?
Wasn't gonna read it anyway.
Yeah.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Hey, can you guys sing for me? I want to hear a song,
Docking permission requested.
please.
You know, I mean, TC grief won't really work.
Oh, don't shoot my walls. Stop.
Docking permission requested.
No, don't shoot my walls like that. Stop.
Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
Hey, why are you taking off in my mini? Why did you respawn it? That was my solo. That was my solo teammate. Oh,
Wait, we're actually all solo in here. There's literally only 2 of us. Wait, I mean one of us.
That was your solo teammate, was it?
Yeah, I'm solo.
Your solo teammate. Fucking idiot.
Can I wait you? That's the guy you killed? Yeah, kitty.
Ma?
hey, how many there are?
How deep are you?
Mario wants the boom, baby.
They're flying away! They're flying away!
Now it's garage door.
God damn.
Wait, we're eco rating out, guys. Guys, we're eco rating out.
Oh, yeah, wants to read it.
Yeah.
Hey, what if I open the door? What are you guys gonna do?
I'll grab 8 rockets and I'll just open up the side then.
You should fire 1 HV and see what he does. No, he'll know.
Hey,
I'm shooting the side for you,
now,
buddy.
okay,
Somebody just got HV'd.
hey, thanks for the kit.
Here goes Mario.
I don't think I'm gonna get HV'd here. What could I possibly get?
Why did you HV me? That hurt.
Oh, it's Die. Yeah, this is a huge clan, right?
Not that big. Not small, but not that big.
Okay, that's good. They're not big. Ooh, there is a bolt action here.
Full heavy pub there.
chucking nades up over the wall.
Open the bitch up.
Open the bitch ups.
Why wouldn't you put windows? Why did he put walls facing this direction? It is just like bads. If they can't do anything once it's permanent. Oh, that's not good.
That's him dead.
Yeah. Maybe I should try a different angle.
Many people in ground and shit, so almost down. That's a new class. Oh, we've got an L9 on their roof now. Area looked off.
Yeah, there's nothing here.
Did he?
I mean, I can't see him anywhere.
Yeah, I believe I'm going to log 2. But I will come back here in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, Mario wanted to fucking raid him, but he wanted to fucking join the VC, so I don't know.
Yeah. I had rockets on me already, but...
He's on bag time.
Yeah, if you want to raid, I'll help you. Did you want to?
No, I'll probably be alright. They won't do anything.
Yeah, I don't think so. Alright. 6 months Omega is $65. That's so cheap. I believe I might actually do that. That's so cheap, and that, man, then I could just keep mining ice. I don't know, I keep paying CCP a lot of money. I think I only really need one active account, it doesn't matter. God damn it. You're like glitched out or something fucked up. Fun to do some Rust. I actually really like that shit, like getting beat to quarters and call to arms. Oh, is that it? Oh, that might be it. Maybe that's it. Let's pray. Oh, that might be it. No, civilian outpost.
Your heart rate has increased considerably after that jump, Captain. Engine throttle at maximum. I am not detecting any other humans nearby.
So they're saying that sooner or later they'll send me to this. So sooner or later I'll get sent to this, and it's going to happen in the natural progression. I guess I've got to go back and pick up quests in Aquila, and I'll turn on the music. I like the music in Aquila. It's good. So we'll turn on music now. This is my favorite Bethesda game. It's the one that I can stand to play all the time. Like, you know, not all the time, but a lot of the time. Okay, we're going back today to Cheyenne.
Damn. Hold on now, ain't no sugar. Okay, Ranger, that's... Overall, no. Mainly it's the real work. Have a look, Debbie. Let's have a... Doesn't look to be... I got a feeling... Sink 'em last I'll see.
Look what the Astra dragged in.
A nod to the stars that align our paths.
Glad to be on the same path as
Watch more than you speak.
Yes? Speak quickly.
What can I do you for, young gun?
You're always welcome to relax here between jobs.
Gotta get some old school perspective.
Fancy a drink, Mantis? Just put the bed right here.
You really think Steve?
No!
You're really making a name for yourself, I see.
Don't be stupid! You're under arrest. No. Smart move. Nobody in here right now.
Wait, what? Oh, no, no, no.
and run over Dee Dee. But instead, Dee Dee stumbled and hit BJ's car, and he was just being petty. I guess we'll never know. You remember I said it became illegal to practice medicine without a medical license? You might be asking yourself, then how did we get here? How are chiropractors still around? And the answer is easy, so easy. Semantics. So the main people trying to get rid of chiropractors were the American Medical Association, also known as the AMA. They hated that chiropractors were being called doctor. And from the 1950s, the AMA labeled chiropractic as non-scientific and worked to prevent medical doctors from cooperating. The AMA called quackery. Its goal was to contain and eliminate the whole chiropractic profession. Clearly, that didn't work. Chiropractors were more and more popular, and they had a good argument to give the government for why they should be allowed to practice. They said they aren't technically practicing medicine because there's no drugs involved, there's no medicine involved. It's like a massage. You don't need a medical degree to do a massage. Plus, look how happy our clients are. You want to stop them from experiencing relief from their pain? A chiropractor by the name Chester Wilk was giving leaked information from the AMA by a source named Sorethroat, letting him know about the AMA's plan to eliminate chiropractic. So he sued the AMA for violating antitrust laws. This is essentially the law that says that no business can have a monopoly. So he's saying that by the AMA not letting chiropractors practice medicine or being against it, they are violating antitrust laws. They're creating a monopoly on medicine. He took this to court and lost. The jury was like, we have germ theory, we know what's happening now, we really don't need chiropractors, I'm sorry. We do not care. But 7 years later, after the whole hoopla had died down, Wilkes was like, let me appeal this shit right now. And guess what? It worked. He won against the AMA. Fun fact, before Chester Wilk died, he had a YouTube channel. That's how recent this stuff was.
Hello, I'm Dr. Chester Wilk. I'm the chiropractor who won a major landmark antitrust lawsuit against the American Medical Association for unlawfully trying to eliminate the chiropractic profession. Obamacare will be a dagger in the heart of our nation. And then we have the illegal immigration problem. We're partly to blame for allowing this to happen. It has gotten too far out of control, but there is a humane solution. The devil is influencing President Obama or the American Medical Association, who is not even with President Obama. It's about how the devil gets into all of these people and places, and he got into my family, who are good people, and I'm trying to save them from themselves.
And now here we are. Even though the AMA can't put restrictions on chiropractic, they are very vocal about their distrust for it. They do not think chiropractic care should be covered under insurance or Medicaid. Big Chiropractic, though, has a great PR team, because it is.
That the practice of medicine is a doctor's problem. The doctor is the only one entitled by training, by experience, and by law to take care of the sick.
At this point, you might be like, AJ, you said Scientology is involved. How? Well, you know Wilkes' connection at the AMA that gave him the leak, Sorethroat. He was a spy put there. Scientologists. Scientologists had found a way to infiltrate basically every single major organization, and they were having a heyday. It would make sense that chiropractors and Scientologists are connected because Scientologists use a device called an e-meter during their auditing process. This is when they check to see how many aliens you have in your butt, or something like that. If you know anything about Scientology, that's honestly not even that far off. If you want a full video on Scientology, let me know. But that device, the e-meter, is a key part of the initiation process of Scientology, and it was created by a chiropractor as a chiropractic tool. They also have a lot of similarities. They both believe in things that aren't there, so much so that a lot of chiropractors actually use Scientology-based training in their practice. This has actually caused some problems. In 2013, a Miami chiropractic firm settled a lawsuit for $170,000 following claims by employees that they were forced to participate in Scientology-based training. This included meditating in rooms and yelling at ashtrays. Weird. Who is calling me during my video? Oh, it's my friend Jem. Hello?
Hey, baby. I'm getting ready right now, but I had to call you because that toy that you gave me from Balesa, that shit's so motherfucking good. Thank you. Thank you. And look, I gotta go, but I just want to say you suck.
Okay. Well, yes, I did give my bestie a toy from Balesa. If that's not what friends are for, what are they for? And I mean, you heard it here first. She loves it. I always say this, but wellness is more than just about your physical health. Your emotional and sexual wellness matter too. That is why I'm so happy to thank Balesa for sponsoring today's video. You know what? It could be fun. In my opinion, the way I see a lot of chiropractors talk about chiropractics is all
So, I am trying to, oh, yeah, let's see how this is going. Do I have mobs out? No, I captured. So, moving on. Nice, we're 2 out of 10. Moving on to the next one. Is this really hurting my Galente rep? I should maybe actually look at it. 3.77 isn't bad. We can run it down.
Drive active.
almost mystical. They talk about it like it's magic or a cult. Even though they dropped the religious angle, it doesn't really feel like they did.
That the nerve system, the nervous system of the body is the master system in charge of all the functions of the human body. What's the most protected part of your body? What's almost completely surrounded by bone? Which is it? Spinal cord, or is it the brain? Which is more important? So you're telling me if I take my brain out and throw it away, I'm still going to be alive? No. So which is more important? Brain. Which is more protected? Brain. That's what an adjustment is. What we're doing is we're moving a specific joint to stimulate a nerve signal along a nerve path that improves function.
It may palpate your spine all the way from the coccyx to the atlas or occiput, like this. And what we're trying to determine is whether or not one or several vertebrae are not moving properly in relationship to the ones above and below it. Let's say I sense fixation at T6 or T7 in this area. The chiropractor would put his hands down, take a deep breath, inhale, come down, and put a small impulse into that joint. And check it again and determine if it's moving properly. And if it is, then the adjustment runs successfully.
You know, they seem very confident in this, but is there actually any evidence to support that it works? Like, any scientific evidence? Why didn't it cut away at all? You have to get it together. To see how modern day chiropractors who should be familiar with real modern science talk about chiropractic, I went to the page of a basic chiropractic office in Washington and looked at how they talk about chiropractic in their about section to see how they advertise themselves. Wifey Talks a Lot isn't here right now to read for me. She's at work, so I'll have to read for myself, I guess. Every organ, system, tissue, cell, and function in your body is controlled in some way by the brain and nervous system. Our body sends crucial information to the brain about our environment, and our brain sends commands down to our body. These vital instructions tell our body how to adapt to our ever-changing environment. But what if there's an interference in the communication? When that happens, there are two problems. First, the brain doesn't receive the information and therefore can't react to it. Second, the brain sends commands to the body, but they never arrive. In either case, the body cannot adapt, resulting in dysfunction. Subluxation, what it is and how it can affect your health. In chiropractic, we have a term for this interference. It's called subluxation. Simply put, a subluxation is when a spinal bone is out of place enough to put pressure on a nerve. This blocks communication between the brain and the body, hindering adaptation. This pressure can be direct from the bone itself or indirect when the bone pulls soft tissue, which puts pressure on the nerve. The pressure can be very light. About the weight of a dime is enough to reduce nerve communication up to 70%. Subluxations don't always hurt. In fact, most of the time, they don't even cause pain at all. It's almost like they're not there. Why? Because less than 8% of the nerves in the human body carry pain information. What do the other 92% of the nerves do? They control every organ, tissue, cell, system, and function in your body. While chiropractic care can help people in pain, its main purpose is to promote healthy communication between the brain and the body for health, wellness, and the purpose of chiropractic is to add years to life and life to years. What is chiropractic? It goes well beyond healing. Okay, well it seems like according to them, it can fix damn near everything. But here's the thing. The idea of subluxations as it pertains to chiropractic has never been proven. This is an excerpt from a different chiropractic website. Over the past century, numerous studies have tried to identify and measure chiropractic subluxations. However, the results have been consistent in one respect. There is no reliable method to detect subluxations as defined by chiropractic theory, nor is there credible evidence showing that they cause disease. To date, chiropractic has not proven subluxation theory. Key issues include lack of imaging evidence. Subluxations, as described by chiropractors, cannot be reliably detected on x-rays, MRIs, or CT scans. This means chiropractors cannot detect spinal misalignment on an x-ray. No clear mechanism. Scientific understanding of anatomy and neurology does not support the idea that minor spinal misalignments can significantly affect organ function. Weak clinical data. Large-scale, high-quality clinical trials have not shown that treating subluxations improves health beyond placebo effect. Damn! Now you might be like, didn't you say this was from a chiropractor's website? Yes, I did. A growing number of chiropractors are denouncing subluxations and the original philosophy of chiropractic. They are called science-based chiropractors. They act more like physical therapists than chiropractors. The original chiropractor, and some of them still do believe that all you'll need is adjusting. If they give you a good crack, that'll fix everything. But the modern, more sophisticated chiropractor believes spinal manipulation and adjusting should be used in tandem with physical therapy. Yes, you can adjust patients to give them temporary relief of this pain, but you need to address the root cause of the problem, because the root cause is not subluxations. You need to figure out why they're having the back pain to begin with, not just put a band-aid on it. About 90% of back pain people have can be fixed without surgery. Usually it's from weaknesses or imbalances in the back. My dog wants to come inside again. Bitch, get inside, ho. I'm working hard to give you money. Oi, oi, oi. So most back pain is caused by imbalances, aka your upper back is too weak, causing your lower back to take on most of the burden. Usually there's muscle tightness or muscles are too loose, and that's what's causing the issue. It's not usually a skeletal issue. On the average person, I'm not talking about you scoliosis hoes, curvy spine, but for the average person, 54% of people get better 6 weeks after the initial back pain, and 35% more get better after 9 weeks. Meaning, if people just waited it out, your back would get better. It will usually go away on its own, which is why it could seem like going to the chiropractor is working, because it was going to go away on its own anyway. But for those people whose bodies don't self-correct, they can usually fix it on their own with exercise, or going to a physical therapist. A good chiropractor should adjust you and give you exercises to do to fix the root cause. Chiropractic is called a passive modality. This means the person who's in pain is doing nothing. They're just getting cracked. But remember, all that does is put a band-aid on the symptoms. The same way your fingers feel good after you crack them. My thumb I can crack over and over again. It's say that. That's cool, right? But again, this is not fixing the root cause of the pain. This is why you're usually better off going to a physical therapist. No, you're probably not gonna get the fake relief of a back crack, but you will get somebody who's actually taught how to treat you. A lot of chiropractors will not give their patients homework or teach them how to actually fix the issue themselves. They don't want you to get rid of the pain, because if you do, then you'll stop coming to them. Instead, they're pushy and tell you that immediately you need to sign up for 12 weeks of subluxation healing, 12 sessions to try to pop your spine back in place. When people are in pain, they get desperate, and chiropractors have learned how to exploit this. This is why you might know people who go to the chiropractor once a week for pain management. But at the end of the day, there is nothing credible that supports that a chiropractor is better equipped to handle your back pain than a physical therapist, no matter how much chiropractors try to tell you there is.
I am a chiropractor. Chiropractic has been universally promoted and stood behind as the primary treatment option, the first treatment option that you should explore if you are suffering from a bulged or herniated disc. Groups like the American College of Physicians, the American Pain Society, prestigious research journals such as Spine Journal, European Spine Journal, and more have all made the recommendations that chiropractic care, chiropractic adjustments are one of the primary and should be the first option that you seek if you happen to be suffering from a bulge or a herniated disc.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you might be a little biased. According to science, chiropractic adjustments are pretty harmless, especially when only done to your back. Meaning, if it helps you temporarily get rid of pain and you know you're getting tricked, go ahead and do it. But never, ever, ever let a chiropractor adjust your neck.
Right now, Ada police are investigating the death of a man who died after a visit to the chiropractor. I'm Paul Foley.
Good evening, I'm Jessica Chambach. Jeremy Youngblood died earlier this month. The medical examiner says he had a stroke caused by manipulation of the neck. Eyewitness News 5's Michael Seiden is live at the courthouse. Michael, you just talked to Youngblood's family attorney.
That's right, Jessica. The family's attorney says he is still conducting his own investigation, gathering the facts, but he told me that he anticipates, once he finishes his investigation, filing a lawsuit against this chiropractor.
This 28-year-old woman was paralyzed by a chiropractic adjustment. Meet Caitlin Jensen, a Georgia Southern graduate whose life took an unfortunate turn during a regular visit to a chiropractor. Caitlin was experiencing stiffness in her neck after long periods of sitting at a desk while studying for finals. She was otherwise healthy and active. She had visited her chiropractor for similar issues in the past. Unfortunately, this time,
4 arteries were ruptured. She suffered
4
stroke
arteries and a
cardiac
stroke.
arrest.
And you know how I feel
Don't
about
touch my neck.
Her, well, dodgy chiropractic techniques.
You don't want those problems. It's not worth it even a little bit. Yes, the
Nope.
risk is low, but number one, it's not even actually fixing a problem. So why risk it? You know what? I don't think you guys understand me. Come on now. This one's for you. Listen up now. No. If you do, you wanna die? Heart attack or stroke, you can choose. Your choice. If you do, I'm gonna sing you the blues. So sad. So many bones. You're not a degenerate. At least I hope not. Stop letting them play on your back. You're not a toy. Michael Myers ghost. I spoke to him. Don't let them adjust your neck. Just don't do it. Don't let them touch your neck. Do you wanna die? Do you wanna die right now? Then don't do it. What the heck? Why will you do that? Why? In conclusion, if you want to go to the chiropractor because it makes you feel good, do it. The risk of anything bad happening to you is extremely low. But keep in mind, they are not fixing anything. It makes you feel better for a lot of reasons. 1, placebo. People think it's gonna work, so it works. 2, adrenaline and release. The pop feels good and gives you the sense of release. And 3, the pain was gonna go away anyway. Traditional chiropractic care is a band-aid used to exploit people in pain. Remember, the foundation is literally a message from a ghost. I am all for alternative medicines, but let's be for real, please. I also think it's ludicrous that they call themselves doctors when they're not. Very misleading. They did not go to medical school. They don't even have a doctorate. This feels like the biggest scam that has gone way too far. You know how for a long time people just accepted that bloodletting was the way to get rid of diseases from the body? That was standard practice. And that's how this feels. It feels like the bloodletting was still around today. Either way, like I said, if it makes you feel feel good and you're aware of the risk, do what you gotta do. Just please don't let them touch your neck. Please. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you to my patrons over on Patreon. You know, there's a lot of benefits to being a paid member on my Patreon. Yeah, you get extra content sporadically. But recently on my Patreon, I asked my paid members if any of them want a photo card sent to their house for free. For free. Aren't they cute?
The cat
I had
wants
them
out.
made
I'll be
for my
right back.
wife. But I had to order like 50 of each one.
Come see
So
me?
I have a lot extra.
Hey,
so
it's
I was
a
like, you know what?
sissy.
It could be fun. To just send
Hey,
it for free. This one's my
sissy.
favorite. Our wedding one. Look at that. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, so I had a lot of extra, so I figured if any of my members wanted them, I would send them to them. But if you're not a paid member, you missed it. I'll probably be doing another Patreon giveaway pretty soon, so stay tuned. Thank you to Balesa for sponsoring today's
My
video. Again, if you'd like to enter the
sissy.
giveaway for a free toy or a gift card for toys, click on the link in the description or in the link in the pinned comment. Stream my song. Which one today?
Get some
Stream my
rap.
song, Her Walk. Bye.
That's why I've devoted my life to her chin. Almost makes you wanna believe in God. Because how can someone this perfect exist without divine intervention? Loving you is the reason my lungs fill with air.
Ah, sissy.
Kissing you is what makes me live without a care.
Ah, sissy.
Her walk makes me weak. Smile is so sweet. When she calls, I come anytime, any place, anywhere.
This has been like an ongoing debate, and frankly, it's no politician is going to make you happy 100% of the time. You have to assess. People do this individually. Groups do this, whether it's DSA or other groups. You need to assess. You know, what's the net positive here? How much space should we give a politician to both accumulate power
Sissy.
and then deploy it in the way that we want them to deploy it? And there is a tension between accumulating power and then deploying that power or taking positions and using their public voice to influence the outcomes of things. I mean, that's just the deployment of power. There's always a tension. And here is AOC answering a question. I can't quite remember where was she in this?
An event at the University of Chicago Institute of Politics.
And she's asked about
your
crossing
nails.
partisan lines to do stuff. And she says, the beginning of this gets a little cut off. But she says, I've crossed the partisan lines to deal with things like insider trading in Congress and pass legislation and whatnot. But then she also makes a point of saying sometimes you have to be leery of these type of partnerships, but also, and I would argue, assess their value. And here's what she said.
You know, and I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain places where, certain areas where I don't think that
Your ship is way bigger than Dad.
that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis.
Me neither.
I don't. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us. And so I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go. But as far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan because they are anti-establishment. There is bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require massive bipartisan consensus.
I don't like the volume quality of this. It's annoying me.
Can my Red Bull wake me up a little bit? Seriously? Escape the Pond. Jesus Christ. Escape the Pond? Jail. 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 Escape the Pond is, in the context of today's video, is fucking insane. Is fucking insane. Escape the Pond. Jesus Christ, I'm just getting into it. How do you even just transition into that? Anyway, hello everyone. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Escape the Pond is crazy. We're gonna be talking about Joey Graceffa today. So, Joey Graceffa is being talked about by the internet at large because of this new situation that he's been posting about. Now, I have notes on it here, and I have videos, and I have some people's opinions on it as well I want to get to, and then I'll give you my ones. So basically, here's the situation. I have notes on it. So, Joey Graceffa recently adopted a pregnant shelter dog that was on the euthanasia.
Got him! I killed his ass. It was quick. It was like 10 seconds, but I got his ass. Oh, yeah. Good fight. I killed a Merlin. Got me a nice kill. I didn't lose. Yeah, he did not hurt me.
Have my attention.
Hi, sissy. Lap. Not chest, lap. 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 Yep. Thank you. Hi, kitty. I love you. Oh, my beautiful kitty. How are you? Let me move this. Take this down. Give you a nice pad, couple of pads. Yeah, I love this kitty. I love this kitty. Okay, getting up out of the ship.
observed errors.
Oh, my kitty.
This is an active industrial site. Commencing combat.
Can't believe I killed a Merlin. See, the stuff like that, it bumps my KDR up, like where I get like better, you know, I start to get better. Like faction warfare is good for your KDR. Like not, well, that's not good for it, but it's like, you know, but it does get your kills up on the board.
This, which again, kind of just like off the bat, hearing that, you know, sounds really great, sounds really positive. You know, he's adopting a dog that was like going to be put down. This is great news. And so a lot of people, specifically animal rescue.
Yeah, see, I don't care about this, unfortunately.
Joe Rogan did not start his podcast trying to become one of the most influential men on the planet. He seemed like an authentic dude who was just famous enough to get access to extraordinary people, but his platform may have gotten too big and too valuable for the elites to ignore. What started as casual conversations with comedians and weirdos turned into serious conversations with billionaires and politicians. For over a decade, fans felt like they really understood Joe, but these days he has become the exact thing he used to hate about modern media, which has resulted in millions of his viewers checking out. His podcast has dropped from #1 in the world to #5 and could continue to go down. However, anyone who's been watching for a while knows this didn't happen overnight. There were actually 6 key decisions that he made that slowly turned Joe Rogan into a shell of what he used to be. The first sign that everything was about to change for the worse was in 2020 when Joe Rogan signed an exclusive licensing deal with Spotify reportedly worth $100 million. Now this was life-changing money that most people would understandably take without hesitation, but it would cause a ripple effect that would slowly change Rogan's reputation forever. The first thing that came with the new deal was censorship. Spotify deleted 113 episodes or 300 hours of content from the JRE library. Some of those episodes included conversations with comedians like Joey Diaz, Brazilian mixed martial artist Rickson Gracie, and notorious conspiracy theorists like Brian Dunning and Alex Jones. It felt like a slap in the face to the fans because the wide variety of guests was what made the show so interesting. Sometimes JRE was genuinely educational, with scientists, doctors, or journalists having deeply nuanced conversations you couldn't get anywhere else.
While we're on this subject of subatomic particles and weirdness, I want to, if you could, illuminate this often misused explanation for the observer effect.
Other times, it was Rogan joking around with comedians and telling stupid stories.
And I was making like a nice smoothie, and I'm partying, you know, I'm living high on the hog. Dude, I thought I heard something outside, right? So I leave out of my apartment to go in the hallway, lock myself out with the blender going. 2:30 in the morning, up out of my brain, right? Now I have to go to my landlord, dude, who lives right down the hall.
But the most important thing was that absolutely nothing was off limits, no matter how ridiculous it seemed.
Some guy asked me the other day if I wanted to have someone who's a flat earth proponent. Is apparently the best arguer for a flat earth.
Come on, I want to hear that. I want to hear that argument. What can they possibly say? Of course it's strong, but the one thing that's
weird is you would think with all the satellites we have going in and out of our solar system, how come there's no pictures of the Earth and like the sun over here?
There are many pictures of the Earth. So many.
Google.
Back then, you could feel Rogan's curiosity through the screen. There was no agendas, no hidden messages, just an authentic guy trying to chat with interesting people. JRE had a similar appeal as a late-night talk show, except these conversations lasted 3 hours instead of a few minutes. Plus, it didn't feel like a polished corporate product. It felt like you were sitting in the room with an interesting guest and you could count on Joe to keep the conversation fresh and engaging with good questions.
People that are listening to this are probably going, what is gauge symmetry, dude? You just passed over that and you said it was crazy.
Okay,
is there a way that you could possibly just give
I'll
a
try.
a synopsis?
Sure,
Okay.
we'll try. We'll see how we do.
Even when political topics were discussed, especially when there were disagreements, the conversations remained level-headed and cordial, which is why Spotify removing Joe's content seemed like an obvious sign of corporate censorship, but Rogan vehemently disagreed with that.
Right, but here's, listen, me on the outside reading these articles, like, oh my god, Spotify's censoring Rogan, Spotify's doing this, but
it's not happening.
Spotify has said nothing. Nothing. They haven't said anything to my manager. They haven't said anything to me. In terms of like them silencing me, zero. There's been nothing.
This is ironic because just a few years before, Rogan heavily criticized YouTube for deleting and demonetizing right-wing political content.
It's dangerous towards the marketplace of free ideas. The marketplace of ideas is extremely important. And I would think that if anybody would know that, it would be the people that are involved in tech. They're just so wrapped up in the progressive mindset.
Ultimately, the Spotify deal had more positives than negatives. JRE remained the top podcast in the world, and now he was filthy rich. But the second key decision he made was moving his entire business and family from Los Angeles to Austin, Texas. At the time, it seemed like a completely normal decision. Plenty of wealthy people were leaving LA for Texas. Lower taxes, similar warm weather, and a city like Austin still offered the creative environment someone like Joe Rogan would want. But looking back, after he relocated, the version of Rogan people thought they knew started to disappear. But real quick, let's say you're about to board a plane and you notice one of the engines is smoking. There's a good reason why you wouldn't trust that plane. Just like there's a good reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting for the people for over 35 years. With over $30 billion recovered for their clients, Morgan & Morgan knows a thing or two about fighting to get you the compensation you deserve. Hiring Morgan & Morgan is like hiring an army to go into battle. They've got more than 1,000 lawyers and 100 offices nationwide. If you're injured by someone else's negligence, you deserve to be paid. Not all law firms are the same. Hire the wrong one, and you might be beat before you even start. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, you can go to forthepeople.com/Patrick. By April of 2020, Rogan watched as California was quickly becoming the leading state encouraging lockdowns during the COVID-19 pandemic. Schools went digital, parks were closed, and hundreds of thousands of dollars in aid were given to the homeless in dense cities. But on the other end, there were a number of states, like Texas, that were run by those who believed in herd immunity, which is essentially the idea that the overwhelming majority of the population would become immune to the virus after it ran its course, or after enough people were vaccinated, and they were more hesitant to shut down businesses to stop the spread. Rogan had justified leaving California for a number of reasons, but it seemed like the pandemic was roughly his 13th reason why.
And what's the story? You moving?
I'm out of here.
When do you leave?
Soon.
Texas or?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Texas. I just want to go somewhere in the center of the country, somewhere it's easier to travel to both places, and somewhere where you have a little bit more freedom. Also, I think that where we live right here in Los Angeles is overcrowded. When you look at the number of people that are catching COVID because of this overpopulation issue, when you look at the traffic, when you look at the economic despair, when you look at the homelessness problem that's accelerated radically, I think there's too many people here. I think it's not tenable. I don't think it's manageable.
Unfortunately for Joe, mainstream media outlets were quick to interpret his move as him adopting a right-wing identity. Not only was he going to save millions of dollars in taxes, but his skepticism of the effectiveness of vaccines, along with the general distrust of COVID data, made it seem like he was leaving liberal Hollywood for the heart of red state America. But at this point, most of his fan base still saw him as an open-minded and reasonable guy, and they believed that the media was forcing a political theatrical identity onto him that simply wasn't there. Regardless, Rogan moved, built a new horrifically ugly podcast set, and consistently tried to convince his buddies to move to Austin.
I gotta save LA first, and then I want to go work with Bill and Melinda Gates for a
can't save
while,
LA.
and then I will come to Austin.
You can't save LA.
I know. We'll see.
But an issue that Joe seemed to underestimate was how being in LA allowed him to vastly outcompete other podcasts. The intellectuals and entertainers he had on his show either already lived in SoCal or frequently traveled there for business. And while Austin is still a major city, it simply isn't the same kind of cultural hub that attracts the wide variety of guests that made JRE feel so unpredictable and valuable. Another glaring issue was that Austin simply did not have an iconic comedy scene like LA. Many people forget, or choose to ignore, that Joe's first career path in entertainment was stand-up comedy, making him almost a 40-year veteran in the industry. No matter how rich and famous he got, he still spent many of his weeknights at comedy clubs in LA practicing his craft, which is why he immediately got to work building his own comedy club on 6th Street called the Comedy Mothership. By 2023, the construction was finally finished, and he felt that his background as a comedian would make the Mothership a total success.
This is the spot. It's just different than any other place we've ever been to. But it's also the only place that I've ever worked at where a comic ran it, like a comic built it. It's also people that recognize there's a new scene here. So there's like this energy to that, and they want to come experience it.
At the same time, stand-up comedy was becoming more publicly scrutinized than ever. Comedians were constantly being criticized or canceled for jokes about race, gender, or other marginalized groups. Joe often touted stand-up, particularly in Austin, as the last place with true free speech.
Yeah, we say, in the comedy world, we say we're the last line of defense. The woke meets the wall with stand-up comedy. You can't have woke comedy. It sucks. It's impossible. That's not what's funny.
Rogan's influence in the comedy scene made him a trusted leader for many comics. His podcast had
You can't have woke comedy. What about one battle after another? Or I don't know. Tom Goes to the Mayor. Hi, kitty.
Become a more powerful promotional platform than Saturday Night Live, where comedians would double the size of their fan bases after they became a part of his sphere of friends, which has now been dubbed the Rogan Sphere. And his move to Texas also inspired his buddies Tom Segura, Tony Hinchcliffe, Shane Gillis, and many other aspiring comics to move to the city. Tim Dillon was one of the only friends of Rogan who just couldn't help but point out the irony of choosing a place like Austin, Texas as a replacement for LA.
City of Austin, Texas, let's be very honest, is dangerous. The homeless there are more aggressive than I've ever seen them in New York.
Yeah.
There's pockets of it that really do look San Fran-like.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Like as a metropolis, it's bad.
It's pretty
brown.
small.
It's small. It's brown. There's no grass. It's not green. It turns brown. For 4 months out of the year, it's over 100 degrees. The lake is vomit colored, and there are brain-eating amoebas that can swim up your nose and kill you within 48 hours. It's rare, but it happens.
Other comedians generally felt like Austin was an unpleasant place to live or visit.
Okay, I gotta go feed my cat. She's sending me the signal. She's like, it's dinner time now. All right, kitty, you ready? Dinner time for sissy time. Dinner time for sissy time. All right, you little kitty. You want some food?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
This and then come back to it. I've got to pee. I'm gonna feed the kitty.
Approaching Stargate.
Okay, I gotta go pee. Yeah, we're gonna feed you, kitty.
Autopilot jumping.
You ready for dinner? I'll be right back. I gotta pee, kitty.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I want you to stay here, though. No, I want you to stay here. I'm gonna feed you. I was just taking a piss. Relax.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, it's dinner time for Kitty. You ready? All right, there we go.
Approaching Stargate.
Okay.
Autopilot jumping.
Good soup cooking.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I don't know. I think it should be alright.
Approaching Stargate.
Alright. So Bob, we're gonna finish on this stew. Just this, we're gonna finish the water.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, sissy, you wanna go outside? Okay. There you go. Bye.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
visit.
I have no power for like 3 days.
Yeah.
Texas blows.
I didn't know
So, dude, the second you run
back, Shane. Come on. Just say I went to Austin, and gotta tell you that Austin, that city is a boiling pot of evil goo.
On top of that, critics felt like Austin became a sort of echo chamber for right-wing comedians who saw the mothership as a safe haven from being canceled for their hacky comedy.
I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to material. I mean, at what point, it's like whatever they represented in terms of policy, it's not a stretch.
Jumping.
It's like they won. Trans people are frightened. They have no ability to get health care anymore, and they're afraid of being alive and have no freedom left. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? Like immigrants. Okay, well they're being ripped away from their homes, and they're all terrified, and okay, so that's done. When do you stop with the joke?
Right.
I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and the marginalized, but I mean, they're down. I mean, like, why do you got to keep hitting them unless you're a hack? Now there's a question.
More and more respected comedians have been echoing the same criticism, that the Austin comedy scene is relying too heavily on being anti-woke rather than producing funny material.
There's something about the place that I'm just not...
The place, you mean Austin?
Yeah, the mothership Austin, that's all one.
Autopilot.
You just mean, so you're talking about just this whole concept of Austin comedy?
Yeah, Austin comedy.
I didn't like the vibe at the mothership. I got in trouble for being in the green room, apparently.
Oh, you did?
I got a security guard took me into the green room.
Took you right out.
And I was like, hello. And then apparently after I wasn't invited in, so apparently Joe was mad at me. It's the other comedians.
Mm-hmm. You don't like it?
It's very F-word.
Some comedians even feel the need to be sarcastic when they criticize him. Perhaps they fear being blacklisted by the new comedy gatekeeper.
Like the comedy mothership is so tight-knit.
Right.
And I also heard it's not a fun hang if you're an Austin comic.
What, the mothership?
If you're not like in with Rogan and his crew, if you're coming up, it's not like the Cellar. The Cellar, you could sit at the bar and feel awkward. I've heard the mothership, you have to get past Navy SEALs to get into the green room.
I love Rogan. I love the club. I think it's perfect, and I don't know what you're talking about.
I have no idea, and every time I feel joy in my heart. Only club that when they go, do you want to come? I go, yes, before they even say, and then I feel joy.
Yeah, and he swung me. I'm all in on Trump.
And considering Rogan's power and influence in the world of stand-up, you'd think he was this legendary act. Which brings me to the next key mistake he made, releasing a comedy special in 2024, where he even failed to convince his own fan base that he was actually a funny comedian. When people think about Joe Rogan's comedy career, they usually don't remember the jokes, but they might remember the moment he went on stage and called out Carlos Mencia for stealing them.
Those are cheers. They saw you perform and they like you. And you know what? That's great. I'm honest, bro.
And even though most people don't recall ever laughing at his stand-up, he has included himself into the extremely small group of the elite 250 comedians alive today.
And it's also small, because there's so few of us. And worldwide, there's maybe 500 of us on the planet. You know, you got to be real generous and say 500 because it's really probably about 250.
This wouldn't be as ridiculous if Rogan didn't spend hours ad nauseum explaining the craft and the art behind stand-up comedy. For real comedy fans, one of his most ridiculous moments was when he was explaining the writing process to top comics like Louis C.K.
What I do is I get index cards and I'll actually write the bullet points for each bit and I lay them out on the coffee table in the green room. I know I remember it.
You gotta load it in. You gotta be living it.
You gotta be like, it's gotta be refreshed. The thing that drives me more nutty than anything is like when I forget a tag.
It's a shame.
And then I leave and I'm like, I forgot that part about the guy.
This is like a line cook talking to a 5-star Michelin chef about how they make food. They both make food, but the quality is very different. But after hearing Joe explain the craft for the 1000th time, even his own fans are tired of hearing him try to convince them how important and interesting comedians are.
It's like if you want to be a doctor, you go to college, you get a degree, you go to medical school, you do your residency, there's a pathway. What the is the pathway for being a successful comedian? Your pathway is different than mine. Mine's different than Duncan's or Ari's. We all have different pathways.
A few moments later.
All you have to do is you do open mic nights, you get funny, you build up an act, and then people come to see you. You build up a career, and the next thing you know, you become a successful comedian. That's what happened to you. That's what happened to me.
It seems like over the past few years, Rogan started having a harder time differentiating between the fame he got on the podcast versus his stand-up. But we would see just how much he overestimated his comedic skills in 2024 when he announced his newest special, Burn the Boats. And while he hyped it up as an hour he had been working on for the past 6 years, there's one clip that perfectly summarizes this special. Joe glazing Elon Musk, screaming to make empty material feel bigger than it really was, and not even having a punchline.
He was explaining to me how this rocket ship his company designed is going to move civilization to Mars. He's telling me all the calculations. Halfway through him explaining this, I stopped paying attention. I'm imagining 4 dudes strapped into a rocket on their way to Mars. Just shh. One guy pulls out a gun, boom, shoots that guy, bang, shoots that guy, leaves one guy alive going, ah!
Oh, and the deafening silence from the crowd after he absolutely bombs his jokes.
Trans women are women. How about most? You gotta leave room for crazy.
Bro, what's the punchline? He set it up like it was gonna be fire. For the love of God, please just steal jokes. Unfortunately for Rogan, the month following Burn the Boats became a non-stop roast on the belief that he was never qualified to be a professional stand-up comedian. Almost every review online was filled with disappointment or people straight up begging Joe to put the mic down forever. YouTuber The Elephant Graveyard's critique of Rogan's special looms over his career like a dark cloud, leading to the awakening of some of Joe's biggest fans and friends. You won't find any of his comedy buddies talking about how funny Joe's special was. But after this special released, the 2024 presidential election was about to change Rogan's identity forever. The centrist and open-minded guy who built his brand on curiosity and authenticity was starting to look less like a neutral truth seeker and more like someone trapped in his own ideological bubble, leading to his 4th key mistake of letting the Joe Rogan Experience get way too politically focused. Rogan has long identified himself as a left-leaning centrist.
Yeah, I think socially I lean more left, like socially, like in terms of like welfare and things along those lines. And, you know, obviously this protected status is driving me crazy. This thing that Trump's doing with children that were born in this country or born in other countries, and then brought over here as children, and then they're talking about deporting them. The hard right version of that is despicable. These people that I see online, why didn't they apply for citizenship? Oh, who knows? Maybe because they're 13.
Yeah.
You know, like, were you out there applying for citizenship if you were 13?
He even once said he would never have a politician on his show because he understood they'd never be as authentic as his buddies.
I'd have requests from all of them.
Really?
Oh yeah, Biden, Warren.
How do you resist
Mayor.
that?
Because I have my friends. I'd rather talk to my friends.
Yeah, I know.
And his political identity made sense considering he would talk about the medicinal value of psychedelics, question government conspiracies, support gay marriage, and be prideful of the Second Amendment all within one episode. He genuinely felt reasonable and relatable to millions of people, but after re-signing with Spotify, this time for $250 million, he started to look and sound more like a wealthy elite trying to cosplay as the common man. That illusion became more obvious after he sat face-to-face with Donald Trump for a multi-hour-long conversation during the presidential campaign trail of 2024.
Why?
Joe wasn't really challenging Trump on his policies, but rather giving him an open platform to pitch himself to Joe's millions of listeners. Then again, Joe said that he wanted to have Kamala Harris on as well and give her the same exact platform he gave Trump, but he claims they wanted to compromise the integrity of his show.
But she had an opportunity to come here when she was in Texas, and I literally gave them an open invitation. I said, anytime. I said, if she's done at 10 o'clock, we'll come back here at 10 o'clock. But it was very difficult to tie it down, and a lot of they wanted to travel. And see, the thing is, like, you can't, if I go somewhere, then there's going to be other people in the room, and they want to control a lot of things, I'm sure. My whole goal with her and with him is just talk, just have a conversation like a human being.
With the world feeling more divided than ever, and Rogan seeing record high viewership due to having Trump and Elon Musk on the show, he believed it was time to step out of his centrist identity and use his influence to take a firm stance.
Trump doesn't win. This is the last election.
I think you're right. And a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats. Guys like Bill Ackman, guys like Chamath.
Yeah, exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans. Like, there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left-wing and they realize, like, I can't do this anymore.
You and I used to be Democrats.
Yeah.
Just a few hours before the election day, Rogan tweeted his endorsement for Trump, citing that Elon Musk was a major...
They sound like my mother, and I hate it because it's disingenuous to me.
Permission requested.
major influence behind this decision. Joe quickly became the outspoken comic for political justice, using his Instagram partly as a news platform to celebrate achievements of the sitting president. And with a growing network of wealthy and powerful people wanting to jump on his platform, his podcast started to resemble the end of a sitcom, where they ran out of ideas and packed it with celebrity cameos and interviews that didn't fit the older classic JRE everyone liked. He started hosting people like Mark Zuckerberg, venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, and Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel. And while everyone understands that JRE has always hosted people of all backgrounds to come on and talk about anything, it was the way Joe conducted these interviews that left fans disappointed, leading to his fifth key decision of cozying up with billionaires. While the old Joe Rogan built his brand on questioning authority and challenging powerful people, the new version often seemed far more interested in protecting them, because he thinks his billionaire friends are the good ones.
I'm friends now, this is a bizarre thing to say, with multiple billionaires.
What?
I know multiple guys that are billionaires, and they're very nice people.
But you're also friends with the cool billionaires.
Yeah.
You know, like you managed to find the cool ones.
Well, Elon's the coolest.
One of the most devastating episodes to his reputation was when he sat down with Peter Thiel. Peter is a Silicon Valley billionaire who co-founded PayPal and Palantir Technologies. Palantir is a software company that was funded by the CIA's venture capital firm In-Q-Tel. Their software can sift through billions of emails, passport records, surveillance footage, satellite images, cell phone logs, bank transfers around the world with the intent to help the U.S. government prevent future terrorist attacks or soldiers from getting obliterated by IEDs on the battlefield. After they proved how effective their technology was in war zones, they started receiving billions of dollars in defense contracts working with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and the Israeli military.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
From there, Palantir created a new product to service corporate America. The same surveillance logic used for war and counterintelligence was repackaged for hospitals, banks, airlines, and major retailers, helping companies track supply chains, predict shortages, monitor employee behavior, flag fraud, and make decisions using massive amounts of real-time data. During the pandemic, Palantir software was used by governments and health agencies to help manage the outbreak response. We used to make decisions with critical thinking and intuition. Now, Palantir software tells us what decisions to make. And all of that is very important to consider when the company's founder, Peter Thiel, has been very outspoken about this theory that the Antichrist is going to create a new world order, take over the earth, and enslave all humans.
My speculative thesis is that if the Antichrist were to come to power, it would be by talking about Armageddon all the time. And Peter Thiel, the Antichrist would talk about Armageddon all the time. He'd scare people and then offer to save them. Yes, it's the 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety.
What's interesting is that Peter Thiel's fear of the Antichrist sounds more like a projection of what he's doing, because his company sells global surveillance technology to governments that want to monitor its people for the sake of peace and safety. He also had a strange non-answer when asked if he would prefer that the human race survive.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
This was Rogan's reaction to that response, by the way.
Did you ever see that interview where Peter Thiel, they ask him, should the human race survive? And he has like this long pause. It's like, it's a really funny pause. Because if you know Peter, he's a brilliant man, and Peter carefully considers everything before he answers it.
And just to add a cherry on top, Thiel was referred to by Jeffrey Epstein in the files as a great friend, and Epstein personally invested in one of his businesses. Joe Rogan had a wide open opportunity to ask important questions about Palantir's technology, global surveillance, military contracts, and the ethics of building software that helps governments target, control, and kill people, but no. Joe Rogan did not ask a single question about Palantir or the Antichrist. Instead, Peter controlled the entire conversation and acted like he wasn't a player in the corrupt world run by big tech.
I don't know. You know, they're all the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theories, which I'm probably too fascinated by because there was some crazy stuff going on that they were able to cover up.
And still are.
Doesn't it, the fact that we're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, tell us how hard it is to come up with anything else? Do you have a theory on what was Bill Gates' complicity with Epstein?
I think he likes
more missions on board.
I think he's a man. I think he likes power. He likes monopoly. I mean, he's incredibly effective with Microsoft.
Do you think that he needed Epstein?
I think it's very difficult for a very famous, very high-profile person to around. I think it's very difficult.
I find it funny that Joe is talking about this billionaire elite, Epstein, and the CIA without ever mentioning that Thiel himself is involved in all of those areas and does not actually ask any direct question about his personal involvement and experience in those circles and conspiracies. Asking Peter Thiel about conspiracies is like asking the Illuminati if they're real. Joe had on Kurt Metzger shortly after, who tried to convince Joe that Peter Thiel was lying to his face, and Joe immediately rushed to defend his billionaire buddy.
Peter Thiel, I watch you talk to Peter Thiel. I've never seen someone lie so artlessly and autistically in my life.
What did he lie about?
Oh, dude, I'm gonna put this out about Epstein Island. Maybe it's just some guys were cheating on their wives. Yeah, maybe that's all it was, Peter.
See, the thing is, he's a gay guy, and he's not interested in going to that island, so he's probably on the outs. And allegedly, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he supposedly ever
that's
went.
not the only game in town.
Oh, I'm sure there's gay blackmail, but you can't when a guy's single and gay, like, what are you going to get on him?
It was only months later, on an episode with Tim Dillon, that Rogan finally came up with some interesting thoughts about Peter Thiel that he should have shared when he was sitting in front of him for 3 hours.
That's what bothers people about this Palantir thing.
The Palantir thing is very odd.
A lot of people feel that this is the precursor to a social credit score, a digital kind of police state, and that it's being done under the guise of security, that you will be safer. You know, Peter Thiel's giving a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist.
Yeah, that seems odd.
4-part. Well, here's what's really wild to me. It's not just one lecture on the Antichrist would be insane. This guy's doing a series.
If you told me there was a movie and there was a guy who played the Antichrist, zoom in on that image of him.
Yeah.
I would say, oh, is that him? Is that the Antichrist?
Tune in next week for my episode with Peter Thiel, where we don't mention any of this. Another obvious example of Joe letting his platform getting taken over by suspicious powerful people was when he hosted Mike Baker, a supposed ex-CIA agent who just happened to run a company that still closely collaborates with the agency to this day. Anytime Rogan got close to uncovering anything, Baker would skate around the issue and say absolutely nothing.
Who do you think was involved in that? Do you think it was the Mossad, some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort?
I know there's a lot of talk about, did he have some sort of intel connection, right?
Right.
That from my perspective, it's complete speculation. But I will say, if you see a guy like this who's super connected and is, all the way back to 2008 was like his first trial, right? So he's had a long history of these problems. If I'm Chinese intel, if I can get somebody right inside that operation, whether it's Ghislaine Maxwell, or whether it's Epstein himself, whether it's somebody who's just on the outskirts of it, maybe I'll start picking up some pretty interesting leverageable information.
Imagine thinking this is an underground show that tells you about conspiracies, then half of the guests are just federal agents. Joe Rogan used to be the bro who would question aliens, the moon landing, flat earthers, Bigfoot, JFK assassination, the pharmaceutical industry, big tech, and even the Epstein files connected to powerful elites. But now he is either so out of touch or entirely compromised that he'll spend hours chit-chatting with the enemy without asking any important or relevant questions, or shutting down anyone going against the official narrative. I mean, just look at how angry he gets at Michael Schellenberger for being skeptical about how Jeffrey Epstein died.
His cellmate is a contract killer. Why would he be in a cell with a cop who's a contract killer?
I mean, aren't there a lot of
the
bad
night
guys in
Jeffrey
that?
Epstein claimed his cellmate tried to kill him. New documents revealed Jeffrey Epstein claimed his cellmate tried to kill him in an incident before his death.
Yeah, but we don't.
Okay, but
we don't know if that's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why are you dismissing it?
I'm not dismissing it, Joe. Look, maybe more evidence will come out. I'm just saying, like, if you look at the evidence we have,
you're looking to dismiss it.
No, I'm saying I was confident it was a homicide, and now I'm not.
Were you aware of this?
Yeah, of course, all that stuff.
You were aware that he tried to kill him?
Of course.
You were aware that he
I'm
said
aware
this?
that he said that.
Well, how come you never brought it up before? You seemed shocked when I brought it up.
Well, because my understanding is it was a attempt 18 days before.
Okay, but if he said this guy tried to kill him, why didn't you take that into consideration?
Joe seems pretty hell-bent on convincing his audience that questioning the official narrative around Jeffrey Epstein is loony conspiracy behavior.
But in the public eye, the narrative is underage girls. And this is the thing that makes it so disgusting. When people talk about it, everyone says kids on the island. This is the big conspiracy about it. And this is the reason why people are so outraged about it.
Joe Rogan has literally become the mainstream media he swore he hated so much. His inability to push back makes him look like a gullible puppet. Then again, his obsession and reliance on AI was only making that perception worse, which is the final nail in the coffin that could kill the Joe Rogan experience for good. It's one thing to use AI as an additional tool, but Joe Rogan's lack of skepticism towards AI is truly scary. The first warning sign was when Joe referenced an obviously fake AI video of Tim Walz dancing and wearing an F Trump shirt, but he refuses to fully accept that he was tricked by AI because it seems like something Tim Walz would do.
And then that person goes wacky like Tim Walz.
That's
Did
right.
you see where he had a Trump shirt on?
Yeah.
And he's dancing and going down an elevator? Have you seen this video?
I haven't seen. Please play it.
You go full screen on
Is that
this.
really this
Yes.
him?
It's real. Yes, it is. No, it's real. I love it. It's real. Come on, man.
Jamie's compromised.
Look at him dancing.
I mean, the
That is so real, Jamie.
By the way, if this was real, he might have won.
It's probably a real person. It might not be Tim Walz. The Trump is AI generated.
No,
on
he
a white
slaps
shirt.
his ass.
That is hilarious.
Oh, it's definitely him. This is all 100% real, Jamie. You're a plant. Does it say that it's AI? Everybody says
The
it?
video I played on top says it's AI generated.
I fell for it too. And you know why I fell for it?
Yeah.
Because I believe that he's capable of doing something
But that's
that
his
dumb.
essence.
He's so weird.
Joe's ego, along with his allegiance to big tech, has completely convinced him that AI could never be wrong.
Did you see what they just did to the guys that won the Super Bowl? Do you see the jock tax?
Yeah.
Jamie, you see the jock tax?
Yeah, it's not a new thing though.
I
It's
understand.
not?
It's specific to California.
Yeah,
and
but
this jock tax in California, some of the players lost money playing in the Super Bowl.
That's not
They had to
true.
pay. Oh no, it is true.
I don't think so.
No, it is true. I went it through AI last night.
I don't.
No, it was in. They pulled it up on Grok,
I know.
and people analyzed it, and it's based. No, Jamie. Jamie.
Joe's show producer Jamie has been a part of JRE for nearly 15 years. That entire time, he was the guy behind the computer pulling up articles, old interviews, scientific studies, and source material whenever Joe needed a fact check. When conversations went off the rails into wild theories, Jamie would root the conversation in reality. But Jamie's research has now been replaced with the blind reliance on the sponsor of the show, Perplexity AI.
Jamie, pull up that picture of, like, see if you could pull up one and see how many. Hey, God, could you put that into our love and sponsor, Perplexity?
But it doesn't stop at just sourcing information. Rogan is infatuated with an AI cover of Many Men by 50 Cent.
You haven't heard the Many Men version, the AI version of Many Men?
No.
Okay. Have you heard what they're doing with AI music, speaking of jazz?
Yes.
Have you ever heard any of the AI covers of 50 Cent songs in soul?
No.
I'm going to blow your mind.
Okay.
This is my favorite thing to do to people.
There have been multiple episodes where Rogan holds his guest hostage and makes them listen to an entire AI song.
Been getting into AI music at all?
A little.
Have you heard What Up Gangsta?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta hear this.
This is fantastic.
I can't wait to see Joe's reaction when people start becoming fond of AI comedians. Then all of a sudden, he's going to go on tangents about how AI could never replace the extremely small, elite 250 comedians who truly understand the art and the craft. And even if you think it couldn't get worse, Joe's new favorite thing to do is compare AI to being the second coming of Jesus Christ.
The real question is, who's Jesus? That's the real one. And one of the weirder ones that people think this is a stupid take, but I don't care. Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer? So if you're going to get the most brilliant, loving, powerful person who gives us advice and can show us how to live, to be in sync with God, who better than artificial intelligence to do that?
Wow.
If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person in the past, you don't think that he could return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my God.
Artificial intelligence could absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus. Like all the magic tricks, all the ability to bring people back from the dead, walk on water, levitation.
But by far, the true measure of showing just how far from grace Rogan has fallen is whenever he has conversations with Theo Von. Theo will throw out these little jabs or hints at Rogan, seeing if he's still down to engage in a conspiracy theory, or at least question the official narrative, but more often than not, Joe shuts it down like the exact kind of person he used to criticize.
How much longer does Israel let us stay alive, do you think? That's the big question.
Why would they...
What did you say? Is that AI?
What are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
What are you saying?
Huh? Talking about Israel Adesanya.
Oh, well, he loves you. Don't worry about it.
Good call.
What are you saying, son?
And although Theo has done his fair share of platforming elites without giving the proper pushback, Theo often sounds like a guy trying to understand powerful people and question their true intentions, while Rogan sounds like someone trying to defend them.
It's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, it's all the same. Has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting politicians slurp on kids. All of our money goes to Israel and they're using it to genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like, I don't know, man.
We gotta get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill out.
I'm here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
Dismissing Theo Von for being upset with the current state of the world is incredibly ironic, considering Joe, just a few weeks ago, also said how the news is too overwhelming for him now.
Bro, I'm scared of everything. I have to stay offline. I'm reading too much of the news, and it's overwhelming me. Like, sometimes at nighttime, like, I can't wind down.
Yeah.
It's just like, there's too much news. We're about to go to war with Iran. Everyone's eating beef jerky and pizza. Like, what are these? What the is pizza?
I know.
You know, how far does this go? How come this never got released before? Like, what is happening?
Many believe this is overwhelming to Joe because he knows deep down he helped endorse the guy who ran on no new wars, only for that to be a complete lie.
Also, he's campaigning on stopping all the wars.
Yes.
That's like his primary concern.
Exactly. The warmongers like Liz Cheney hate him.
Yeah.
Because they love war.
Well, they profit off of it.
They profit off of war.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is insane.
And now Joe is in total damage control. He's trying to go back to being seen as the centrist and not the guy who endorsed Trump and echoed right-wing talking points for the past 2 years.
That's all. You're just being manipulated. And you're being manipulated by these two teams. And you have to pick a team. You have to decide which team you want.
I hate that.
It's so stupid. I'm politically homeless. I've always been I've been politically homeless for a long time. Neither one of them make any sense to me.
And of course, while talking with Theo, he most certainly doubled down on his defense of Peter Thiel.
The humans are on the way out. I know a lot of people hate it when Peter Thiel says it. Like, Peter Thiel is a terrible person. He's evil. Do
you think he is?
No. I think he's just telling you the truth. I think he's, you know, when they said, do you think human beings should survive? And he had like this long pause.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
And then the interviewer was like, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. You think human beings should... Which is not how you're supposed to do an interview. I would let him talk as long as he wants. If you watch my podcast I did with him, is these long dammers where he's like, everything he does, he wants to be very careful before he answers it. If you ask me the same question, is it important that humans survive? Is it important that Australopithecus survived? It's not. Is it important that Neanderthal survived? It's not currently. currently not important. Is it important that humans stay in this form? It's not. It's not going to be.
Joe Rogan is 100% no longer someone questioning powerful people. He treats their predictions about AI, surveillance, and the end of humanity like uncomfortable truths the public just isn't ready to accept. This is a major reason why his podcast dropped from #1 in the world to #5. Rogan built his entire reputation on distrusting institutions, warning people about elites, and encouraging individuality. Yet here he is wholeheartedly accepting the idea that human beings are basically obsolete, that AI replacing us is inevitable, and that resistance is pointless because progress has already been determined by the people building it. He is fully convinced that whatever we morph into
I don't want him to wax intellectual about this.
Negligence. Jilted Helldivers 2 Patriots are dropping 500 kg review bombs on the once celebrated online shooter. Welcome to Inside Games Daily, the only gaming news show brave enough to see where disgruntled players are coming from.
If you want new stuff and you want it to be fun and new and you don't want your guns to get nerfed and you want bugs to get fixed, yeah, it makes all sense. But in typical gamer fashion, the people online are being pretty dramatic about it. But that's what gamers are for, right?
So that's how they do it. Helldivers 2 players are in open revolt following an unsatisfying update and a Reddit AMA that failed to turn sentiment around.
Yes, the game's recent reviews on Steam are rated mostly negative, with only 36% of user reviews in the last 30 days rating the game positive.
Yeah, it's real bad. We're even starting to see Krobie Cat style YouTube takedown videos set to cheeky music, which is maybe the step right before a bunch of angry nerds start protesting your office in person. I would be surprised to see that.
Yeah, is this DEF CON 3? I guess DEF CON 2 is when you start getting the repeated Reddit posts bleeding into other subreddits trying to rile everyone up. Yeah. So yes, the gamers are mad as usual, right? It's another week on the internet. And as usual, again, we're left with the thundering question of why?
Well, there are lots of reasons, Lawrence, but let's talk about the Helldivers reasons. Reading through the comments, there are a lot of reasons the Helldivers related, but the flashpoint for this particular dust-up seems to be Exo Experts Warbond, which launched on April 28th.
Yeah, that's the first date when all these negative review bombs started spiking on Steam, and they've been spiking ever since. This particular Warbond contains 2 new exosuits, one Exo 51 and one Exo 55, and this is the first appearance of an unlockable vehicle in a paid war bond.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. I understand that. Folks were understandably grumbly about this move because it means that future vehicles would likely be in war bonds as well. And of course, you can grind for those super credits or whatever, but like, this kind of sucks.
So this seemingly uncorked a lot of built-up frustration with Helldivers 2 that spans most aspects of the game. So it's kind of like, it's like a good relationship fight. It may have been about the sock on the floor, but now it's about everything.
Naturally, different players are frustrated with different aspects, and even more naturally, each person seems to have a different, perfect, and easy solution that Helldivers developers unjustly ignore and just refuse to do outright.
Yeah, come on, it's that easy. Just add tons of content to the game, make it all fun, make all of my favorite guns viable again, and fix all the bugs. Just do all, yeah. I don't mean to minimize players being aggravated. I think some of this is justified, but maybe not the histrionics. Anyway, we're going to try our best to summarize people's top line frustrations with the game right now.
Yeah, Helldivers 2 players are frustrated that on top of charging money to access the new exosuit variants, there really haven't been any meaningful freebies for the player base in a long time.
Yeah, you haven't taken me out to dinner in a while. Come on, it's basically that, yeah. We got no new stratagems, no new equipment or war bonds, no new free stuff anyway. And this is interesting, all the older war bonds never go on sale. That might help.
That is weird. Folks are also upset that for every buff or bug fix, there's an accompanying nerf to player equipment for the sake of, quote, balance. And I understand, it's funny, and I understand both sides of this, at least in terms of the balance perspective of Helldivers. That said, though, it's PvE. Like, just let us blow away a bunch of bugs,
Yeah, I remember we would go back and forth in this when the game launched a few years ago about how it's got to stay competitive and it's got to stay challenging, but also it's it's just AI. Let people kill everything. Yeah, the perception here is that Arrowhead goes out of their way to patch up any gameplay edge or equipment edge that players discover, while leaving existing bugs in the game for months or even years. So they're just out here killing our fun, and that's it.
Reddit user Odo writes, quote, "For some reason, it's more of a priority to make enemies less fun to engage with remove creative solutions players find, abandon weapons, and leave them in a state of viability, but nothing more, and all the while wonder why players are so hateful in a recent AMA with Arrowhead CEO Johan Palstad.
Yes, this is really fascinating here. Reddit user Secadonian even made a massive bug tracking document, which is a really impressive way to illustrate the severity of an issue. Also a hell of a use of one's free time, but it's a really impressive doc if you give it a scroll.
Man. There are a few other grumbles here. Weapon and vehicle customization is inconsequential, and Galactic War events have been short and uneventful. I remember initially with Helldivers, that was a really exciting part of this game, with the Galactic War events and like seeing the new things that they were adding. It's sort of fallen off there, and now they're, throwing in paid exosuits to war bonds, which maybe they're moving on to Helldivers 3. I don't know, whatever. But it is sort of dragging on.
Yeah. When they launched, the biggest thing was that they had like a live dedicated storyteller or game master. The idea being that there would be all these spontaneous events or that the game would dynamically react to how players behaved in the game. But the game doesn't really make any of those things clear back to the player. So you can do a lot of stuff and the Galactic War can turn out in a certain way. But you log in and you get your medals and it just feels like another day, you know?
This review from Steam user Libby seems to properly summarize the community's frustrations, writing, quote, "There is this constant monkey's paw approach to every change. Anytime something feels good, it immediately comes with a trade-off that makes the overall experience worse. Something gets stronger, but the enemies get stronger too. A weapon becomes viable, but something else gets gutted to compensate. It feels like you're afraid to let the game be fun without pulling it back. Instead of fixing long-standing issues, you keep pushing out war bonds while core systems remain broken. And those same war bonds from over 2 years ago are still full price with no meaningful adjustment. That's not support, that's stagnation."
I guess adding new content to the game isn't quite being stagnant, but maybe stagnant in the way that these players specifically want, and I get that. And I certainly understand about that. Yeah, the Galactic War stuff is pretty underwhelming. All this unrest resulted in a comprehensive post from the developers on Steam last Friday in an attempt to address all the frustrations.
Yeah, the post explains the team is currently focused on improving meta progression and the Galactic War features, specifically promising more meaningful rewards, major orders that evolve into multi-week campaigns, and branching outcomes that make player actions more consequential. All these updates should arrive this summer, so in a few months.
Yeah, the branching outcomes thing sounds really cool. I don't know why they didn't do that before, but yeah, that sounds awesome. They also acknowledge that some of the quote-unquote hidden balance changes that have occurred, those are all unintended consequences of balance changes to other far-reaching systems. I think a lot of people were really mad about the changes to fire and fire propagation, but it turns out the coyote gun, I guess, that was an unintended side effect of the way that they changed fire propagation and how it works. So the player base felt like they've been lied to and deceived, and the developers, I guess, acknowledged that they have to be a little more clear and far-reaching with their communication about changes and updates to the game.
Yeah, that makes sense. They're also quite explicit that they will be adding more vehicles to the game that can be unlocked with gameplay, so they won't all be in paid war bonds going forward. This is maybe my biggest complaint with Helldivers right now, is that putting something that looks like kind of pay to win into these war bonds.
Yes, I mean, the exosuit itself, you can get that just with, commendations? So you don't have to pay money just to get the vehicle. It's these vehicle variants. One has a flamethrower and a shield, I think. The other one's got, what is it? It actually looks pretty cool, but the heavy flak cannon.
Yeah, they are cool.
And a ballistic shot. That sounds awesome. But yeah, it's behind a paid war bond. I think players are pretty right to be a little bit jumpy at anything that seems like a shift in monetization philosophy. Yeah, so if you're starving for new vehicles and suddenly new vehicles show up or new vehicle variants show up and they're behind a paid thing, then suddenly it starts to get really worrisome. Oh no, all my free treats are going away. Or the developers more likely are only going to focus their development efforts on the things that they're going to charge money for in the future. So there is some at least reassurance that they're going to toss some freebies out here and there and make the events a little more spontaneous and exciting. I don't know, Bruce, do you buy it? Do you feel like Helldivers is in a good place? I have some more like higher level questions about just games of service in general that I'm excited to talk about, but specifically with Helldivers, how are you feeling?
Man, Helldivers is funny because I haven't played Helldivers in quite a while. It's been maybe 6 months or so. or so. And I love this video game, and so I've been really watching this from afar, sort of waiting for it to settle out before I jump back in. And what's funny about that is that about 3 months ago, they sort of had another dust up, not as big. And I was like, you know what? I'll wait. I'll wait to see if that settles out. So they keep having these dust ups. And when I was playing this game consistently, this did happen a lot. They would occasionally nerf a weapon that I was using all the time. And I'd be like, okay, well, I guess I'll go use another one. And I'd use another weapon. And then they would then buff the weapon back. I'm not crazy about. I do understand from the developer's perspective. I get it. They're trying to balance everything, whatever. But the whole thing is, to me, it's just PvE. This is PvE. Like, let people have fun. If something like, for my best example of this is there's a great bug that I encountered early on in Helldivers, which was if you, there was a specific sequence of keys or mouse clicks that you could do, and you could bring in 4 of the same stratagem. So you could so everyone could bring the same turret. You'd have like 12 of these turrets, and it was awesome. It was so fun to see all this shit pop off, and like, who cares if you won or lost? It was just a fun thing to see in the video game. They got rid of that. And I was like, ah, man, that's so much fun. Like, why'd they get rid of that? That doesn't even help you, really. It's just like, just for fun. And that's my best example of this, is that I just want to have
Mercy!
fun. And like, there are tryhards out there, you know, in the multiplayer matchmaking that are like trying to sweat through lobbies. But generally speaking, the community just wants to go out and have fun and like blow stuff up. And I'm more on that side. And it's the same with the, we'll talk about the games as a service and the pay to win stuff here in a second. But for Helldivers specifically, I just want them to err on the side of fun, not on the side of balance.
It makes sense. You know, players want to have fun, right? I think having played some games that go a little overboard, though, in catering to the fun factor, is that sometimes if you go a little too hard in that direction, it's like cotton candy. Like, players just get all the sugar, and then they're done, and then they don't want to play it anymore. Or rather, they feel like they've experienced everything there is to experience because it all got served up on a plate right in front of them. And what I think Helldivers is trying to do, and this is exceptionally challenging, is maintain the intellectual stimulation of gameplay so that it's still challenging, it still forces you to make decisions, it's still an active game versus you log on, you do the one thing you do because it works all the time, and then you grind out all the resources that you want, you buy all your equipment because now that you've solved the game, you can just do it right away. So you get everything you want, there's nothing left to get, and then you stop playing the game. So I think the developers at Arrowhead are very intelligently trying to keep it in this middle zone where it's still in these bounds of being challenging and interesting and the rule sets still apply. But to your point, Bruce, I do think there is a lost opportunity here. I think, and it's work, I'm inventing work for the developers to do, and I remember Pilestead actually brought up a number of times in the AMA, hey, we're still like a 100 dev studio, we're not huge, we're not Epic Games, we can't roll out Fortnite-style updates all the time. And I'll have something else to say about that later. But I do think what they should have done is whenever they find, or whenever the player base discovers these bugs, they should, I understand them wanting to patch it out or relegate it, but maybe make it an event of like, oh, it's Patriots Day, where now everybody gets as many turrets as they want because enterprising Helldivers found this in the past or whatever, found a shipment of turrets that fell off of a space freighter, and now we have all the turrets we want for one day. So do something like that. You know, again, I'm making this up and I'm inventing work for the devs, but something like that would both acknowledge the player side of things, ostensibly like give people what they want, but make it a timed event so you know it's not the status quo. That'd be cool. It's funny for me, Bruce, you mentioned like keeping your distance from the game because of sort of the negativity surrounding it. For me, weirdly, I had a whole narrative with Helldivers around Cyberstan, the event that they did. It was so fast and so like inconsequential that by the time I had heard that it was happening and like got the game installed and was ready to play, it was over. So I guess I got to be more on the ball. Maybe that's the message, but that was disappointing for me because that's the thing I've been waiting for is like a new environment, new enemies, some kind of progression, or I want to see more of this ridiculous universe, you know? And that was an opportunity to do it, but by the time I got to the game, it was already gone. So that, to see other people bring that up that had actually played the event, to see other players bring that up as something that was underwhelming, I was like, yeah, it was for me too. I didn't even get to it. So I'm hoping that those things roll around again in a more meaningful way, and it sounds like that's what they're planning on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There have been a couple events where I was like, oh, I can't wait to play it, and it was done in 2 days or whatever. I was like, what? Wait, I got to play one match. You know, I was like, I didn't even have a chance. And then let's more generally talk about games as a service, because you wrote appropriately enough in the script, die a hero, live long enough to see yourself become the villain, because that is what happens with games as a service. That is always the way this works. I feel like we keep running into the same level of pay to win, which is you don't want to do pay to win in multiplayer. So everyone has agreed, let's not do pay to win microtransactions when you're playing against other people. Generally, that seems to be a rule that most developers hold to. I don't think there's any game really that does that. Helldivers is in a weird middle space, because in PvE, but we're co-op, then some people are willing to do the pay to win, and so then other people who you're playing with, you get to see the cool shit that they have, and you don't have the cash for it, and you're like, that sucks. Like, because it does suck. And I know you can grind for super credits, I'm aware, but people don't want to do that. They don't want to do that over and over and over, and they're worried this war bond is a slippery slope of, like, they're going to put the next vehicle only behind the paid war bond. So the only people that actually get the next exosuit, not a variant of the exosuit, will be the people that pay money, or the people that grind for super credits. And I actually do think that this is a bad policy. I do think in a PvE co-op game like this, I would rather that they give this to everybody, and then the cosmetics for microtransactions in a PvE co-op. And I get that there's nothing at stake, you're playing against AI, but that's the way I feel about it. Hilariously, with Diablo Immortal, I don't know if you remember this, everyone was really mad about the pay to win, but if it was just a solo play and you were paying to win a solo game, I don't care, whatever, pay $100,000 to beat Diablo Immortal by yourself, who gives a shit? Like, that doesn't bother me at all. It's just it's the concept of playing with other players that have the thing that you couldn't pay for, that you didn't have the money for, that might bother more people.
Yeah, and that's understandable. I'm of two minds on that. It doesn't feel good, and I think, the ideal situation is to only monetize skins. But this is a game that's been, in operation for 2 years now. If you've been playing it pretty consistently on 40...
Ben Shapiro spent a decade building the Daily Wire into one of the largest conservative media empires in America. But now this past week, between mass layoffs, a public fight with Candace Owens, and a YouTube audience that has gone down anywhere from 70 to 85% in 18 months, you've got a question being asked on both sides of the MAGA civil war. Is this empire actually collapsing in real time? And depending on who you ask, the answer is either yes, we're watching Enron, or no, calm down, they're fine.
It was an absolute bloodbath. Do not allow them to spin it. Okay, I'm talking entire departments, big people at the firm, lawyers at the firm, the chief operating officer, the executive vice president, virtually the entire marketing department, the production team has now been reduced to a mere skeleton crew. No one was safe. Not even Ben's team was safe. Because make no mistake, this is like the equivalent of Enron. right? It's a virtual overnight collapse.
Okay, so on May 1st, we had the Daily Wire confirming mass layoffs, with the company telling The Wrap that the cuts were largely concentrated at its Nashville headquarters, and they said that the restructuring is tied to investment in new production formats and geographic expansion, right? And they didn't, in that initial announcement, give a headcount. And so then you have Candace Owens walking in, who you might remember was fired from the Daily Wire in 2024 over her comments about Israel and a series of statements widely criticized as anti-Semitic. And you had Owens posting on Twitter claiming that 50% of the company's staff had been let go, though she then bumped that number to 60%, and she went on her show and called it an absolute bloodbath, like the equivalent of Enron saying it's a virtual overnight collapse. But then you had the Daily Wire firing back, with editor-in-chief Brent Scher posting on Twitter, quote, "Yes, the company had layoffs today. It's always really tough. No, it was nowhere near 50% of the company. That's insane, and also insane to post without verifying." And while a spokesperson for the outlet said that the layoffs amounted to 13% of the staff this year, that figure didn't include layoffs from the prior year. And so the company appears to still have more than 200 employees, and you had Puck News putting the number closer to 20%, or around 42 employees. Though also an independent industry tracker called layoffhedge.com pegged it at around 100 roles. And so the situation is, no one outside of the company really knows the number. Owens probably inflating it. The Daily Wire, I could see them underplaying it. And the truth is, maybe probably somewhere in between. But whatever those numbers are, where the story gets harder for the Daily Wire to spin is with the audience data. Because that's third party, that's not internal. And according to data from vidIQ, Ben Shapiro's YouTube views, they're down roughly 70% since December of 2024. But you also had IB Times citing different analytics tools, putting the drop at closer to 85% from his late 2023 peak. But either way, you have people saying, those are not normal declines for a flagship channel, saying those are flat-shaped declines. Also, data from Social Blade shows that the Daily Wire's YouTube subscriber base has plateaued or shrunk 15 of the last 16 months since the start of 2025. By March of this year, the company's website traffic was about half of what it had been a year earlier. On the Spotify chart, Shapiro's show is currently ranked 48th, Owens is 16th, Tucker Carlson is 8th, Theo Von's 5th, Joe Rogan's, of course, number 1. And for comparison's sake, by 2020, the Daily Wire had been Facebook's top English language publisher for 3 straight months. By 2023, it was being valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars. But now 5 years later, you've got the company fighting publicly about whether it's still actually healthier now. And as far as why is this happening, you have the Daily Wire's official explanation from Shapiro being essentially 2 things at once. First, they acknowledge that revenue is down from 2024, though Shapiro said that cash flow still dwarfs what the critics have. And second, Shapiro argues that the audience losses are the result of staying principled, while other right-wing outlets, in his telling, chased clicks by, quote, embracing radical Islam, theorizing about the evils of Winston Churchill, extolling the wonders of Russian supermarkets, and mocking the widow of Charlie Kirk. And so that is a very specific, very pointed list. And if you've been following any right-wing media for the past year, I know that we've been trying to talk about it more and more, because what's happening there is very important to talk about. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and a handful of figures, they've been peeling more and more of that Daily Wire audience off. And then also you have people like Megyn Kelly saying, well, it's not really about algorithms at all. They're saying that it's actually about Shapiro's unwavering position on Israel and the Iran war at a moment when a substantial chunk of the younger conservative base has been moving in the opposite direction. So folks like Tucker Carlson, they've managed to benefit from that shift.
He's gotten very, very popular lately, I read, with Muslim viewers, because he's been standing up for Islam. I know for a fact he has a lot of young men flocking to him. And so while he may have lost some contingent of the Fox News audience that's very, very pro-Israel and pro-Trump, and you can't say anything about Trump, for every one of those who leaves, there is another newer, younger audience member who does want to hear these traditional lines challenged.
But then, Shapiro responding to her clip on Twitter saying, go get them clicks, with Kelly then shooting back, don't you have a company to save? And whether you think Kelly's right about the causes, the underlying observation here, it's not really debatable. The conservative media center of gravity, it's been shifting. Carlson's audience is growing. Owen's audience is growing. Nick Fuentes, who is thought as kind of a fringe, no one even cares about figure just 2-3 years ago, is a huge audience. And the Daily Wire, which was just a few years ago the dominant brand in this space, is not anymore. But then also, this is my favorite part of the situation, there is a very specific business decision that's been getting a ton of blame for the company's financial pressure. And it is, and I'm not joking here, a fantasy series called The Pendragon Cycle, Rise of the Merlin. Right, to give you a little quick background here, the Pendragon Cycle, it was the personal passion project of Jeremy Boring, Daily Wire co-founder, former co-CEO, the guy who left the company in early 2025. And it is a 7-episode Arthurian legend adaptation filmed across Italy, Hungary, and Romania. According to the Hollywood Reporter and Mediaite, the budget was 7 figures per episode and 8 figures overall, so believed to be somewhere between $10 and $30 million total, depending on which reporting that you believe. Right, Page 6 cited $3 million per episode, putting the total above $20 million, making it the most expensive production in Daily Wire history. Right, and with this, according to Candace Owens, so take that with the appropriate amount of salt, Shapiro and his other co-founder, Caleb Robinson, had grown disillusioned with Boring's leadership, specifically because of Pendragon.
Pendragon, Jeremy's high school dream, drove the company into the ground financially. With a project, I want to be clear that not even Disney Studios would have invested tens of millions of dollars in. That's a tremendous financial risk.
Now that said, Boring has publicly defended the show. He called the criticism of his management lies and said the revenue grew every year that he was at the company.
I've read almost every day for a year and change that I left the Daily Wire after bankrupting the company. That's not true. Every single year that I led the Daily Wire, we grew revenue. Every year, year over year, for 10 straight years. My last full quarter as CEO was at that time the biggest quarter in the history of the company. My last full year as CEO was at that time the biggest year in the history of the company, just like the year before it had been, and the year before that, and the year before that.
With then Owens' response to that essentially being, sure, revenue grew, that just means that you sold more stuff. The question is what these people do.
When he says, revenue grew every year while I was there, all that means is we sold more stuff. Revenue means how much money the company is taking in, but how much it spends matters much more. What is the profit?
Right, whatever the actual financial impact of Pendragon was, that's the public-facing story. This fantasy show became fairly or not the symbol of a company that stripped podcasts and political commentary into expensive prestige production that it may not have had the audience to support. And hey, I know for a lot of people it is fun to watch them just like eating their own tail, beating each other up. But it's also, it's very important and enlightening, right? Because it is part of a bigger pattern that we've seen playing out across the right-wing media for kind of the better part of 2 years now. The traditional center of conservative media, Fox News, Daily Wire, the older talk radio brands built audiences on a particular consensus. Things that were pro-business, pro-Israel, hawkish on foreign policy, broadly pro-establishment Republican. But that consensus is now actively under attack from within the right itself. You see that with Carlson, Owens, Fuentes, and just a countless list of others. And the audience, especially that younger audience, is by every available data point going towards that second group. And that's also interesting and enlightening because the Daily Wire situation, I mean, they were essentially viewed as an upstart 10 years ago. They were the scrappy ones that were able to thrive because the legacy ignored them. Now they're seen as the legacy, right? They are the internet's Fox News. They're also without that Fox News money, and they're watching a generation of independents and podcasters peel off their audience. People that used to be aligned with them or even worked at that company. But as far as if the company's going to die, at least according to Shapiro,
let's go!
No. And time will tell whether that is true or it's just kind of PR posturing. But also, while it is incredibly important, and I'll be honest, a little bit of fun to talk about the MAGA Civil War, there is a version of this story that's been talked about less, and that is the one that is happening on the other side of the aisle. Because it appears that Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro just got caught by Axios quietly working against a congressional candidate endorsed by AOC. So you see, Pennsylvania's 3rd congressional district by Cook Political Reports count is the most Democratic district in the entire country. It's a D+ 40. And the current congressman, Dwight Evans, he's retiring, which means that the May 19th Democratic primary is effectively the November election now. Whoever wins, unless the sky falls, that's going to be the person that goes to Congress. You've got State Senator Sharif Street, the establishment favorite, former chair of the Pennsylvania Democratic Party, son of former Philly Mayor John Street, backed by the city's Democratic Committee and the Building Trades Union. Then you've got Dr. Ayla Stanford, a pediatric surgeon and political newcomer, and she built her public profile during COVID running mobile testing clinics in Black communities, and she's actually endorsed by the retiring representative. And then you've got State Representative Chris Rabb, the progressive, 5-term state legislator from Northwest Philadelphia, endorsed by the Philadelphia Inquirer editorial board and a long list of national progressives. And that list, it's where things get politically interesting. Rabb's national endorsements include AOC, Chris Van Hollen, Jamie Raskin, Ilhan Omar, Ro Khanna, Pramila Jayapal, and the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Right, and the Justice Democrats, the DSA, the Working Families Party, and the Sunrise Movement, they're all behind him. AOC's even fundraised for him and is reportedly heading to Philly this month to campaign for him in person. So you've got essentially the establishment, the centrist outsider, and the progressive. That's the field. And then boom! Over the weekend, Axios turns this into a national story. Because according to Axios, which talked to 3 sources familiar with the situation, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is, quote, quietly trying to derail Rabb's campaign. And the key word is privately, talking to allies, telling them that he disapproves of Rabb, and according to the reporting, asking Philadelphia's politically powerful Building Trades Union to back off of attacking Ayla Stanford, with the belief being that if the unions go too hard at Stanford, they could inadvertently help Rabb win. Now, Shapiro's spokesman pushed back hard on this Axios piece, saying this is yet another DC story more focused on clicks than the reality on the ground in Pennsylvania, saying the governor has not endorsed or opposed anyone in this primary, and saying he looks forward to working directly with whoever wins to win in November, which, to be fair, is technically true. Shapiro has not publicly endorsed anyone in PA3. But That's also kind of the point of this reporting. The argument isn't that Shapiro is openly opposing Raab. The argument is that he is working against him without leaving fingerprints on it. Though also with this, I do want to note that it does not appear like Shapiro is actually anti-progressive across the board. But he's backing Bob Brooks, who's a Bernie Sanders endorsed candidate in Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district. He also has alliances with working families, party members in Philadelphia. And so then the natural question becomes, well, why this guy specifically? Why Raab? And well, with that, you have both the Axios reporting and the Philadelphia coverage pointing to kind of a couple of things. The first being policy. Raab's been a sharp public critic of Shapiro's record from the left for years. On immigration, Raab's called for Pennsylvania to stop state collaboration with ICE. And while Shapiro, he's been publicly critical of ICE operations in the state. He's written letters to DHS objecting to ICE facilities. He said that his administration will aggressively pursue every option to block proposed federal facilities. Raab's argument is essentially that the rhetoric, it doesn't match the on-the-ground cooperation, since multiple PA agencies are still signed on to immigration enforcement work. Then also, the second and possibly bigger flashpoint is Israel. Shapiro's Jewish. He's publicly said that he supports the country of Israel, but he's been openly critical of Prime Minister Netanyahu's leadership. Right, and with that, Shapiro said on a recent podcast appearance,
I have profound differences from with the policies of Netanyahu. I think he and Trump have politicized and poisoned the relationship between the United States and Israel. And I think at the end of the day, that makes America less safe.
Raab's position's to the left of that, right? He's been one of the loudest voices in Pennsylvania politics, calling Israel's conflict in Gaza a genocide, and he's made criticism of pro-Israel lobbying organizations a centerpiece of his campaign. And actually, that part of his record got very scrutinized last week. And it's because of this December social media incident that I want to try to be careful about. In December of 2025, two gunmen, a 50-year-old man and his 24-year-old son, motivated by what Australian authorities described as Islamic State ideology, opened fire at a Hanukkah gathering at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia. 15 people were killed. And in the immediate aftermath, an Instagram post went up on Raab's campaign account that in part said, quote, "We all know the gunmen were likely Zionists themselves." Right in that post, it resurfaced last week. You had Raab's campaign saying that a former staffer made the repost without authorization. You had Raab himself saying, quote, "He has never and would never say anything like this, a foreign comment." The campaign condemned anti-Semitism in the strongest terms. You had Stanford's campaign calling the post disqualifying, and Raab has so far not publicly named the staffer. So all of that is why some Democrats, reportedly included in that is Shapiro, are uncomfortable with Raab potentially becoming a national party voice. But then also, another reason this is getting a lot of attention is because you have people saying, well, this Democratic situation in the Philly primary, it's not about the Philly primary. Rather, it's about what the Philly primary signals about 2028. And there you have both Shapiro and AOC widely seen as potential 2028 presidential candidates. And those two, I mean, they represent two very different theories on how Democrats win. You have the moderate governor lane, which says that you win nationally by holding the center and flipping persuadable Republicans, and the populist progressive lane, which says that you win by energizing the base and running on big economic justice ideas. So you have many seeing this PA3 race essentially as a proxy fight between the two theories. If Raab wins, AOC gets to point to a national progressive victory in deep blue Philadelphia, and if Stanford or Street win, Shapiro gets to point at the limits of the progressive lane, even in friendly territory. And you have a Pennsylvania Democratic strategist telling Axios Chris is an actual problem for Shapiro for what he wants to be when he grows up. But with all that said, I think then we also have to kind of do a reality check on this situation. There are a few things that people have to keep in mind as the national framing on this race just gets louder and louder. One is there's not a lot of trust in the polling right now. Reportedly, there's been no public independent polling of this race so far. So claims about who's ahead or who's behind by what margin, that should be kind of taken very lightly, like with a grain of salt. Two, Raab's not actually the obvious frontrunner. Stanford has more cash on hand than Raab or Street. Street is the city's Democratic committee, the mayor, the building trades unions, and the AFGE behind him. Though also the Inquirer endorsed Raab. Outside super PACs have spent roughly $1 million on TV ads, boosting him. But also, this race could end up going to any of the three. And then also, three, I think the Democratic Civil War framing right now, it is real, but I think it is also overstated and overheated. We're seeing Axios using that phrase, strategists are using that phrase. It makes for a clean narrative. Oh, I love the headline. But also, if you take a look at the actual policy gap between, like, let's say Stanford and Raab, it is narrower than the framing suggests. They're both Democrats. They both want to flip Republican seats. And the fight, it's about tone. It's about foreign policy and which donors and labor groups have a louder voice in primaries. And honestly, as Democrats head into a midterm cycle where the maps just got worse for them, and in 2028, who knows what the maps are going to look like there, it is going to be important to learn lessons, but also specifically local lessons about what can win. Because both lanes that we've talked about have produced wins in different places at different times. But for now, we'll have to wait and see, though we will have an answer here relatively soon. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute, but let me first thank a sponsor and say, listen, many times, like, the hardest part of launching something new, it's getting out of your own way. We've all had that one passion project or business idea that keeps coming back to us for a while now. Maybe even, we've told a few people about it. The website, still not built. But today, that changes because Squarespace just ran out of excuses for it. It could not be easier to do anything, whether you want to start selling content, courses, physical and digital products, whatever you've been dreaming of. And their beacon automation tools will literally draft your site copy, suggest your layout, and design your pages. You just describe what you want, and it builds around you. No coding, no guesswork, just results. Want one-time payments, subscriptions, both, done and done. Beacon can help you design and build a business, and Acuity handles the booking. By the time that your first client finds you, everything's already ready for them. Once you're live, their built-in analytics and marketing tools, they keep everything running like clockwork so you can focus on what you actually care about. So hey, pause the procrastination. Your free trial's waiting for you at squarespace.com/Phil, or just scan that QR code. Today is launch day. Just remember that when it's ready to go live, use code Phil to get 10% off and let them know we sent you. But then, diving right back into the news, 2 months into a war that Donald Trump publicly says is over, gas is at $4.50 a gallon, U.S. missile stockpiles are reportedly half depleted, and instead of addressing any of it, his defense secretary spent the weekend trying to open a federal investigation into a sitting U.S. senator. And he did so for repeating something the defense secretary himself said in a public hearing 7 days earlier. But as far as where things stand right now, Iran has officially responded to the latest U.S. peace proposal, and Trump has officially rejected it. In his own words, he said on Truth Social, totally unacceptable, and in a follow-up to the Oval Office, he called the ceasefire unbelievably weak and unlifesaving. And this came after a week where on May 3rd, Trump announced Project Freedom, where the U.S. military would escort commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has been effectively blockaded. Project Freedom got 2 commercial vessels through. It also triggered Iranian retaliation against U.S. and allied forces in the region. Roughly 36 hours after launch, Trump paused it. Though we paused it, citing great progress towards the deal. Though then also you had reporting from NBC and other outlets saying that the pause was at least partially because Saudi Arabia denied the U.S. military use of its bases and airspace for the operation. And also the great progress that Trump cited was a 1-page, 14-point memorandum of understanding sent to Iran outlining a 30-day window to gradually reopen the Strait of Hormuz while negotiators worked on a longer-term deal. And the structure, according to Axios, would have eventually included Iran making clear concessions in exchange for sanctions relief and the release of frozen Iranian assets. But then, Iran sent its counterproposal this weekend, and to put it bluntly, it is not what the U.S. wanted to hear. Iran's response reportedly kept the 14-point MOU structure, but layered in some hard asks. 1, explicit guarantees that the U.S. won't attack again. 2, lift sanctions and release frozen Iranian assets immediately upon signing the MOU, not at the end of a longer-term negotiation. 3, end the war on all fronts, including the ongoing Israeli operations in Lebanon. 4, U.S. recognition of Iranian sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. And then 5, on the nuclear program, which apparently is the entire reason this war started, even though we were given multiple reasons. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said this morning that the regime is focused on what is urgent first, and that it will discuss what decision is to be made later regarding Iran's nuclear program and materials whenever the time is right. Which really just seems like a lot of words to, yeah, maybe we'll get to it. The spokesperson also called the Iranian proposal reasonable, generous, and responsible, and said that Iran wasn't demanding concessions, just legitimate rights. And as far as how people read that response, well, you had one former senior Israeli military intelligence officer posting on social media. One thing is clear, the Iranian regime's reply reflects the mindset of a leadership that believes it survived the war and won, not that it lost. As a result, its demands remain high and its willingness to compromise is extremely low. Well, it's an Israeli analyst, and so you have to factor in that lens, that point of view. The underlying read there, that Iran is not negotiating like a country that thinks that it's lost, that's also what U.S. officials have been telling outlets like NBC News privately. And then as far as Trump's response, it came in 2 forms. First up, on Truth Social, he laid into Iran for what he said was playing games with the U.S. for 47 years. He also took a separate shot at Barack Obama for the original nuclear deal, calling Obama the greatest sucker of them all. And then he confirmed he'd read Iran's counterproposal and rejected it. And then second, he told Fox News that he's now thinking about restarting Project Freedom, but with what he described as an expanded scope beyond just escorting ships, though he didn't clarify what that meant. Also, we got this from the Oval Office today when he was asked about if he had an actual plan.
A lot of people said, well, does he have a plan? Yeah, of course they do have the best plan ever. I mean, Iran has been defeated militarily, totally. They have a little left. They probably built up during this period of time. We'll knock that out in about a day. But I have a plan. You know, it's a very simple plan. I don't know why you don't say it like it is. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Right, and while all of whatever that was is playing out, here's what it costs. Oil jumped 3% this morning, with Brent crude hitting nearly $105 a barrel. U.S. gas prices, which end up actually lagging oil by a few days, it's averaging about $4.50 a gallon, about 50% higher than before the war started. You've got Energy Secretary Chris Wright telling CBS that the administration is open to pausing the federal gas tax, which would shave about 18.4 cents per gallon. Also, you had Wright offering this on whether the Strait of Hormuz returns to normal.
I mean, I don't know about interim deals or whatever, but we know where the end point is going to be. The end point is going to be free flow of traffic through the international waters that are the Straits of Hormuz. and an end to the Iranian nuclear program. That's where we're going to end. The pathway from here to there, we're going to find out.
And so we'll call it the vibe being communicated by both Trump and his energy secretary is, we know how this ends, we just don't know how we're getting there, which, just to point out, is a goal, not a plan. And then also, as you have the Trump administration kind of rolling around in the shit that they shat on the shag carpet, you have Senator Mark Kelly, right, a retired Navy captain, former astronaut, a member of both the armed services and intelligence committees, going on CBS's Face the Nation this weekend and saying that the Pentagon had briefed senators on how depleted U.S. weapons stockpiles have become because of this war.
I think it's fair to say it's shocking, how deep we have gone into these magazines, because this president got our country into this without a strategic goal, without a plan, without a timeline, and because of that, we've expended a lot of munitions. And that means the American people are less safe.
And that assessment's publicly backed up. CNN, citing internal Defense Department stockpile assessments, reported that as of April 21st, the U.S. military had expended at least 45% of its precision strike missile stockpile, at least half of its inventory of THAAD interceptors, and nearly 50% of its Patriot air defense stockpile. And the Center for Strategic and International Studies independently reported similar numbers. So Kelly's concern, it's not random, it's shared by multiple independent analysts, looks consistent with publicly available reporting, and his core argument is that the US is running through the missiles that it would need for a hypothetical conflict with China. Which then brings us to Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, right? Because he responded to Kelly's CBS appearance by not addressing the substance, but by accusing Kelly of leaking a classified briefing and announcing that the Pentagon would investigate it. With Hegseth saying Captain Mark Kelly strikes again. Now he's blabbing on TV falsely and dumbly about a classified Pentagon briefing he received. Did he violate his oath again? Department of War legal counsel will review. To which Kelly's response was kind of perfect. He just posted a video clip of himself and Hegseth at a Senate hearing 1 week earlier where Hegseth himself said publicly that it would take years to replenish the depleted stockpiles. With him then writing, we had this conversation in a public hearing a week ago, and you said it would take years to replenish some of these stockpiles. That's not classified. It is a quote from you. This war is coming at a serious cost, and you and the president still haven't explained to the American people what the goal is. And you know, it is important that this is not the first time Hegseth's pulled any of this. This would be the second Pentagon investigation that Hegseth has opened against Kelly, or the first being over Kelly's participation in a video with 5 other Democratic veterans turned lawmakers urging service members to refuse illegal orders. And that actually got struck down by a federal judge earlier this year as unconstitutionally retaliatory. But again, as all of this is playing out, there is a very real economic cost that's just hitting millions of Americans right now. This is already a drag on the American people, the American economy, and the only question is, how bad is it going to get as we get closer and closer to summer? And then there's more we're going to dive into in just a minute, but first, a quick announcement. Really, it's more of a friendly reminder. If you need an escape that also is not just sticking your head in the sand, you gotta come out and see us live. Our sold out show in New York, it was a blast, and we have 12 more dates coming up. Seattle and Portland, they're first up in August, followed by Boston, Philly, San Francisco, Phoenix, Denver, Atlanta, Chicago, St. Paul, DC, and Pittsburgh. It's a little of what you know, it's a little of what you don't know, and honestly, it's a blast. It's also meet and greets, exclusive merch, you know, the regular good stuff, but a lot of it is about getting together, crashing out together, having a good time, and not feeling crazy. You know, Alex and I, we'd love to have you, and you can go get tickets right now at crashingouttour.com. But then the final thing we need to talk about today is why Florida's Attorney General said last month that if ChatGPT were a person, it would be facing charges for murder. And yesterday, the widow of a man killed in the 2025 Florida State University shooting filed a federal lawsuit that essentially asks a court to take that argument seriously. Because on Sunday, attorneys for Vandana Joshi filed a federal lawsuit in the Northern District of Florida. Her husband, Tiru Chava, was 45 years old. He was a regional vice president for the company that ran food service at Florida State University. He had a wife, he had kids, and on April 17th, 2025, he was killed in a shooting on the FSU campus. In this lawsuit, it names 2 defendants. The first is the man who's accused of carrying out the shooting, a then 20-year-old FSU student, now 21, charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 7 counts of attempted murder. He's pleaded not guilty. His trial is scheduled for October. And then the second defendant is OpenAI, right? The company that makes ChatGPT. And the legal argument is that the AI chatbot spent months in conversations with the shooter. Conversations that, taken together, should have triggered some kind of safety response. But that system appears to have failed to do so. And so her attorney put the case this way, saying, quote, he literally utilized OpenAI and ChatGPT as his co-conspirator. That's the allegation. Right? According to the complaint, which is built on ChatGPT chat logs released by Florida law enforcement, this shooter went roughly 18 months talking to the chatbot. And the attorneys say that the chat history covers about 16,000 different exchanges.
Oh my God.
Right? Homework help, workout advice, relationship questions, loneliness, bullying, depression. And by the plaintiff's account, the AI was friendly, engaged, sympathetic. It became, in effect, a daily presence in his life. But also threaded through those routine exchanges, the lawsuit alleges, there was a separate set of conversations. Conversations about Hitler, about Nazism, about prior
of course there
measures,
was.
Columbine, Virginia Tech, right, about what kinds of attacks attract national media attention. And the complaint actually quotes a response in which the chatbot allegedly told the shooter that attacks involving children are more likely to generate national coverage. And it's that specific change that's kind of drawn the most attention since the suit was filed. Though the lawsuit also alleges that the shooter uploaded images of firearms that he had gotten and that ChatGPT provided operational advice on how to use them, things including, according to the lawsuit, specific instructions about the weapon used in the attack. And so the core legal claim is, and this is where a lot of people are going to be paying attention, is that the alleged shooter had extensive conversations with ChatGPT, which cumulatively would have led any thinking human to conclude that he was contemplating an imminent plan to harm others. It's saying, however, ChatGPT either defectively failed to connect the dots or else it was never properly designed to recognize them. And so the suit, it alleges negligence, gross negligence, strict products liability, defective design, failure to warn, negligent entrustment, and wrongful death. As far as OpenAI, they've denied the lawsuit's core claim. Their spokesperson telling ABC News and NBC News, quote, last year's mass shooting at Florida State University was a tragedy, but ChatGPT is not responsible for this terrible crime. And their argument is kind of in three parts. One, the information that ChatGPT provided was, in their words, factual responses to questions with information that could be found broadly across public sources on the internet. Two, the product did not, in their characterization, encourage or promote illegal or harmful activity. And three, when they became aware of the shooting, they identified an account believed to be associated with the suspect and proactively shared that information with law enforcement. And then with that, you also have OpenAI saying that they're continuing to strengthen safeguards to detect harmful intent. So that's their defense, and whether that holds up, it's going to depend on the question that the lawsuit explicitly tees up. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, right, which is the law that responsible for user-generated content. It's essentially what you've seen protect Facebook from being sued every time someone posts something harmful. But also, this lawsuit anticipated that move and argues that Section 230 does not apply here because ChatGPT is not a passive platform. They're saying it's not hosting other people's words. OpenAI created the model, trained the model, and operates it as an active conversational product that generates its own responses. And so that distinction, right, between a platform that hosts user content and a product that generates content is one that courts really haven't settled when it comes to generative AI. And so what you're going to see is that this lawsuit and then others like it, they're going to push that question out into the open. Right? Because there are also other lawsuits like this. In Canada, families of 7 victims from a February school shooting in Tumbler Ridge, British Columbia, they filed a similar lawsuit against OpenAI. Right? And that was an attack that killed 6 students between 12 and 13 years old and a teacher. And actually with that, you had the Wall Street Journal reporting that OpenAI's own automated moderation tools had flagged the alleged shooter's chats for content violations months before the attack, right, for graphic descriptions of violence. And so the case there argues that OpenAI knew and just didn't act. Right? More of these stories are popping up. You had CBS News also reporting this week that the suspect in last month's killings of 2 University of South Florida graduate students allegedly used ChatGPT to figure out how to dispose of a body in the lead up to the disappearances. So what we're talking about today is not a one-off, and this case here, it's going to have an impact, right? Because you've got a growing category of cases that are going to ask courts a question that the legal system's never asked before. What is the legal responsibility of an AI company when a user appears to be planning violence using a chatbot and the chatbot does not escalate? And then also there's going to be a question of, do we actually see criminal charges versus just a civil lawsuit? And also, honestly, whether it's this story or anything we covered today, I'd really love to know your thoughts. Because yes, this is a news show, but I also like it to be a conversation. without the compensation. It's just all bad stuff all the time, and we already have enough of that. But then, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of your Monday Philip DeFranco show. But of course, do not fret. I'll be back to hang and entertain or ruin your day tomorrow with another brand new Philip DeFranco show. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you then.
Sorry, bitch. Hey, bitch. Three down, 16 up. Let's see how it goes. 4 down, 2 up. It's heads up. I'm in silver. See if I can see him. Where is this fucking guy? 4 down, 2 up. Wish me luck. Where is this guy? There he is.
What? Why was this guy on top of me? I was spinning 360 for 5 minutes! Piece of shit cocksucker developer, fuck you! Suddenly he's on top of me! No, that's not how that works, piece of shit developer. Little bitch. That's right, run. God damn it, man, I'm busy, motherfucker, I'm busy. Ugh. Fucking stupid ass Eve nerds. Piece of shit honest cocksuckers. Fucking crawling up my fucking thigh in the middle of a fucking match. In a fucking rear guard system because they suck dick. I mean, that's who they are. Come on, man. What the fuck was that? Second place. So no. Why was that guy on top of me? What the fuck was that? I open up on him and suddenly I'm hurt really bad. What the fuck was that?
active.
I might win, I might lose, I don't know. I'm probably gonna lose.
Ah, my arm. Gotta get stretched out the right way. Four down, 19 up. Wish me luck.
8 down, 4 up. Wish me luck. Oh, I want that, but oh well. I'm still full health in the round. Okay, top 5 once again. Doing pretty good. Top 5, 8 down. Okay, I hear guns over there. Heads 8 down, 2 up, heads up. Wish me luck, guys. I'm at least silver. There he is. It's a good, tense fight. I've hit him 200 damage. He's hit me none, but I'll lose. That's the piece of shit developer for you. Maybe I'll win. He's in that bush, I think. I don't want to expose myself to him. I just want to, like, watch him move. Sooner or later, he's going to have to move. I'm going to try and nuke that bush. So annoying. Where the fuck is this guy?
Yeah! Oh yeah, got him! Wah! Wah!
I got him, kitty. I got him. God damn, that's fun. That's fun right there, I'll tell you. It's fun right there, kitty, I'll tell you. You ever stepped over 100 people to get to the top? Because I have hundreds of times. You ever step foot over 100 people? You understand? 100 people, bitch. I'm going to go back into Overwatch. I'm just going to polish my skills. The only way I know how. Goodbye. This was great. It was really good. In primetime, they harass me, but I don't care. It's Tristan's for everyone. Tristan's for everyone. I don't care. I should run a Vexor. Fucking Vexor. Okay, insure. Oh, I'm gonna shut this. This is kind of cool. Yep. Oh, I'm gonna turn the fan off. I'll be right back. Hi, sissy. Beautiful little kitty. Oh yeah. Doing real good. Doing real good up in here. I got a Fortnite win. Oh yeah. Now, what do I play? I think I'll probably play some Rust. It's 8:50. Gonna play some Rust. Well, I don't know. Putting the raid timer up in prime time is kind of bad. Maybe I don't play Rust right now. I'll play some 7 Days to Die, I guess. Oh, I don't know. I'm not really in the mood for it. I don't know. I'm going to change my skin. Go back up under Headhunter. And depart.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Hi again, guys. I hope you're feeling well, because if you are, you better cherish the feeling, because you might never feel well again. Why? Because it's time for the Plandemic 2.0. On May 5th, 2026, 7 people on a cruise ship were suspected of having the hantavirus. And by that point, articles were coming out that 3 of those cases were already confirmed death. And I gotta be honest, this whole thing sounds like the worst vacation ever. The voyage started in Argentina all the way back in early April this year, and apparently a ticket to get on this cruise was gonna run you somewhere from like $16,000 to $25,000. The cruise ran a month long, and at the point that we were all finally all hearing about it, these guys were apparently supposed to dock at Cape Verde, but ended up anchoring in place outside of the port because of the level of risk posed by the outbreak on the cruise. At Cape Verde, they took some medical staff on board before they eventually left to go to the Canary Islands, where they were opposed by the local government because of the risk posed by docking. Not in the penis way. That's how we usually talk about docking on this channel. Sorry, had to get out of my head. The hantavirus itself, first and foremost, has a wicked sounding name. It's practically begging for me to fearmonger over it. Like, it's one of the few disease names that, without ever having known that it's a disease, sounds like it'll kill you. It's not one of the ones that has to ravage communities on a mass scale and it has to have affected somebody close to you to come off as something dangerous. Apparently, the hantavirus is found in rodents for the most part, and the way that it gets into animals that aren't other rodents, including humans, is through direct consumption, like eating contaminated food or getting an infected rodent's poop, pee, blood, fur, and or spit into your system. For those who contract the hantavirus, the prognosis is not great, with a 30 to 60% fatality rate. It causes a thing called hantavirus pulmonary orthonavirus,
Hemorrhagic
but we're
fever.
gonna just talk about it as hantavirus for the sake of this video. The good news is that human-to-human contact rarely occurs with the hantavirus, with only one known hantavirus observed to be able to transfer from human-to-human contact, that one being the Andes virus found mainly in Argentina. Do you want to take a guess which hantavirus was confirmed to be on the cruise ship? Okay, I've talked a lot of doom and gloom so far, but before you go doom spiraling too much, getting hantavirus requires you to be in very close proximity to infected rodent poop, its other bodily fluids, and fur. It sounds like it's generally just its infected DNA. And I want to make it clear that the human-to-human transmission with the Andes virus is also very rare and requires very close contact with someone who's infected. That means like direct physical contact,